If they were grown men and women being attacked by a furious mother bear commanded by God's messenger, it's still a rather unpleasant way to go. Still, clawed to death for a plague-bound taunt. What a strange world. So you had indeed already heard all this before. Please forgive me for taking up more of your precious time. Like I said before, you'll permit me a small indulgence here and there. Even if I was not completely refreshed in spirit, the bath certainly did wonders for me physically. I could no longer count each individual bone in my body aching, at the very least. The noon bell rang. I stood up in the bath, scanning around for a towel of some sort. I spotted one, a simple piece of linen cloth, folded next to the habit Moira had washed for me. I stepped out of the bath while the bell was still ringing and dropped to my knees, resting my elbow against the edge of the tub with my hands clasped together. I began reciting the Psalms for sext. Canticum cradam, ad te levavi, oculos meos, qui habitus in cavi. Hello? I wheeled around with a start, twisting into an uncomfortable position, attempting to cover my shame and turn to face my visitor at the same time. Oh goodness, I'm so sorry. I was just coming to collect you for luncheon. It's all right. I was just reciting the office. Really? Which one? Sext. The noon office. Do you not? Oh, yes. Well, since we break for luncheon at midday, we roll that one into prime. This was deeply embarrassing, for several reasons. I rose to my feet, strategically covering myself. Moira politely held a hand in front of her eyes. Did I interrupt it then? In the chapelle? I would never blame you for it in that sense. But I began drying myself off with a towel, pressing it against my hair gently and mostly running along my body. I must confess that I'm a little behind on all the offices today. I slept through matins as well. Matins? Oh, don't worry yourself about that. We roll matins into prime as what? What? I flung the towel to the ground in shock. So dismayed I was. Moira, still holding her hand in front of her face, let out a nervous giggle. That's... It's barely normal, as far as I know. We have morning prayer and evening prayer. If we spent all day following the hours to the letter, we would never get anything done, or any sleep at all. I... Were you really getting up in the middle of the night to pray? Yes. And dropping everything to recite psalms throughout your day? Yes. My goodness, that's so unfair. The superior never told you about how monasteries condense the hours. The bishop didn't either. No, I find it hard to believe, to be perfectly honest. How often do you take communion? Whenever the bishop is here, so every few months or so. This almost knocked me back onto the floor. I was used to receiving communion once a season. I had been under the impression that I was a unique case. My needs differed from the rest of the sisters. I had been in permanent and all-encompassing relationship with God. These women did not seem to have the same devotion. I finally remembered that I was standing there like a fool and began to put my fresh clothes on. They smelled and felt lovely. Little dried leaves fell out of the sleeves and robe as I lifted them up. I bent down to pick one of them up after I had slid the cloak over my head. Those are from our garden. Aren't they nice? Extremely so. You really don't recite the hours as written. This isn't, I don't know, a prank? Why would I pull a prank on you? I have no idea. The superior just put the idea in my head, I suppose. At morning prayer. Oh, of course. Laura's the one to watch out for. She's full of youthful vigor. Or Darcy. Or, well, Kathy Ryan. Or Margaret. She looked sheepish. I can see why you might be wary of practical jokes, but please believe me when I tell you that condensing the hours into morning and evening prayers is fairly standard around monasteries these days. In fact, I think it might have been for a long while now. I suppose I would have no way of knowing otherwise. And well, it's accepted. I don't think anyone's ever gone to hell for rearranging their calendar, if that's what you're asking. Are you dressed now? Just about. Moira lifted her hand from her eyes. Now would you look at that? Fresh as anything. Thank you very much for washing them. Oh, don't mention it. Hopefully you're feeling a bit better now. Once we get some lunch in you, you'll be as good as new, I reckon. I'm looking forward to it, but this might sound silly, but if I go to evening prayer tonight and do the rest of the hours, I still won't have caught up. Would you mind if I at least finish sext? No, not at all. Thank you very much. Esse sicut oculi servorum in manibus domi norum suorum. I've never actually prayed for an audience. Would you like me to join you? I, yes, that would be lovely, actually. Moira beamed and walked over to the tub I had been using. She kneeled as I had been kneeling earlier, and I joined her. The pleasant scent of the leaves in the bath still lingered above the water. Sicut oculi, insulae in manibus, domine sue, ida oculi, nostri ad dominum diem nostrum, donec misericorde nostri. We completed the liturgy and left in silence. I felt bolstered by the light of prayer, and the bath and fresh clothes had left me feeling warm and content. Moira strolled in front of me, leading me to the rectory. When we arrived, I took a deep breath. Bathing in prayer rejuvenated my body and spirit, but I was still nervous about facing everyone, both because of the harrowing events of the morning, but because of my mission. I hadn't forgotten, I just had no idea how to begin. The rectory was a long room with a high ceiling. A large aged table already laden with plates ran the length of the room. All the other sisters were there, and the superior was standing at the head of the table, appearing to hold court. Wonderful. Are you feeling any better? Yes, very much so. Moira beamed and gently guided me to the foot of the table where a stool was waiting. Oh, I couldn't. Please, sit, so that everyone may be introduced to you. Properly this time. This was the last thing I wanted, to be perfectly honest. But I obeyed. You smell nice. Thanks. You have already met Sister Darcy, of course. She tends to the garden and livestock, and is something of an alchemist. I prefer the title alchevisionist. Of course. Sitting next to her is Eustace. Charmed. Eustace is our sacristan and librarian. We actually have a great many rare books stored here that need to be taken care of. And read, most importantly, not all of them have been catalogued. I am sure you and Eustace will get to know each other very well. She will be of great use to you as our new chronicler. This is Sister Flora. She's our youngest oblate. She's 17. I'm 19. Are you really? My goodness, time flies. I wish. I've been stuck here for 5 years now. Now, really. Stuck. Yes, stuck. Well, she has not yet found her calling, but the youthful spirit of rebellion gives Flora the energy to help out with various tasks around the Abbey. You have met Moira already, of course. Yes, indeed. Moira is our infirmary, but also serves as our chamberlain and our hosteller on the rare occasions we have visitors. I'm the closest thing to a doctor here, without, well, being a doctor, you know? Without having a man here, you mean. And thank goodness for that. A polite laugh went around the table. On your right, Hedwig, is Sister Marta. Marta has actually had many roles here, even before I was the prioress. She was the chronicler before our last, and has also been our cantor. You could just say that I'm old. It's no secret. I wouldn't dream of it. You have much wisdom and many surprises left in you, Sister Marta. What do you do nowadays? I try to enjoy what's left of my life, Peter. You run the cellars, you mean? I said what I said. And a damn fine job of running the cellar you do, I'll say. This is Sister Charity, who is, rather fittingly, our head almoner. Although there's not much of that to be done round here, I'm afraid. So I mostly strive to do the same as Marta here. You help in the cellars. I enjoy life. Next is Sister Margaret. We've met already. Margaret is another almoner and also helps in the cellars. I'm a precentor as well. I helped Kathy read a lot with her writing. Margaret is very talented. She was also our first foreign oblate. Thank you very much for explaining that on my behalf, Soup. Anyway, it's not completely true. It is completely not true, in fact. Sister Adela, I thought you were born in Spain. I indeed was born in Spain, which is another country. I was born in Spain as well. I. What I meant was, this should be good. Do you actually know where I was born, Soup? Don't call me that. And of course I do. You're our first oblate from outside. The usual. Here. The typical sphere of people who devote themselves to monastic life. Whole worlds a sphere, your reverence. That is so true, Darcy. I'm just a nun doing my little part to spread the faith around the whole globe. Which is the entire purpose of being one, or so I'm told. I'm Irish. That's wonderful, Moira. I apologize. I did not mean to offend. I simply meant no offense taken, Soup. I'm sure Hedwig knew what you meant. Well, well, well. Tough act to follow. You have of course met Catherine. Her name is spelled with a K, but when speaking we referred to her as Catherine I. Our old chronicler was called Catherine II. We had a little contest for it, and Catherine too was very gracious in defeat. A crying shame what happened to her. Catherine is our... Come to think of it, Catherine, what is your title? I dabble. This is Sister Adela. She was actually our newest oblate before you decided to join the congregation. That's right. It feels good to move up a rank. Adela has also not really settled into a role yet. Like Flora, she helps out wherever she can. And finally, we have met already. I gulped. I am the Prioress, my second in command. We sat in silence for a moment. I'm from Wales. Thank you, Darcy. Well, now that we're all caught up, everyone's heads bowed instantaneously. I hastily lowered my head as well to join in the hushed whispers. Let us eat. On my plate were 2 thick slices of bread, far thicker than I had ever been given in my cell. There was some kind of boiled meat and a crumbly hunk of white cheese. I glanced around. Everyone was already digging in with their fingers. I followed suit, starting with the bread. It was light and fluffy, with a crisp crust. A finger appeared above my plate suddenly. Duck. Well, what? The meat. It's duck with herbs from your garden. That's right. I pinched off a piece and marveled at how juicy it was. I put it in my mouth and was overwhelmed. Wow! I helped. Yeah, you killed the duck. Well, yes, because you cry if you have to do it. That's right. I raised them and named them and loved them. You really shouldn't do that, for starters. Name them. Yes, or love them. I'm good at names is the thing. That's true. And once I've named something, it's impossible not to love it. What was this duck's name? I would offer my compliments. If they were still alive anyway? No clue. She doesn't let me tell her which ones are being slaughtered. Hang on, but you would still... Yes, she figures it out eventually when she checks in on the animals. Look, it makes sense. How does it make sense, Darcy? I'm going to be a little sad about it no matter what, but I can't stop it from happening. But I can't put it off so I'm not sad about it at lunch, which is a horrible time to be sad. Does knowing you're going to be sad later not make you sad now? No. Why? Because the duck tastes good. Nobody seemed to be able to argue with this logic. That's our Darce. That's our Darce. Everyone continued eating in silence for a moment. How do you tell the difference between animals? No bench. I shuddered involuntarily all of a sudden as I felt a hand beneath the table tapping my knee. I looked over to my right at Marta, who smirked. She tapped my knee again as the others continued their conversation. Is it difficult killing the ducks? Not really. They're not much of a match for me, if I'm being honest. I suppose you have a knife in that situation. I assure you I could easily defeat a duck even without a knife. What about 2 ducks? Absolutely. 3? Again, definitely. I think you are all really overestimating how much damage a duck could do to me. I am an adult woman. The tapping on my knee continued. She, still smirking, tilted her head down, indicating I should look lower. I did, and saw that she was holding a handful of something. Understanding, finally, I held out my hand. She nodded and returned to her meal. Ducks can be really mean. Have you ever seen an angry duck? Yes, they don't love being killed funnily enough. What, they can see you coming? They know they're about to die. I don't have to ambush them if that's what you're wondering. They usually figure out by the time I pick them up by the neck and put them on the chopping block, though. How would one sneakily attack a duck? Very easily, probably. They are ducks. But you don't attack them that way. Correct. Why not? Again, I feel like you are all severely overestimating the power of a single duck and underestimating me, a fully grown woman. How many ducks would it take before you think you would lose? I could defeat every duck. It's simply not a problem for me. Every duck in the world. Come on. I could defeat infinite ducks. They are small and have little necks. I could kill a duck by accident. It simply doesn't require any measurable amount of my strength. Who would get tired eventually? I would not. You're talking as if they're ants. I think it requires a little more energy to kill a duck than an insect, especially if there were a lot of them at once. I would swing my arms. I would kick out my legs. A group of ducks would crumple immediately in a fight against me. Okay, now I'm thinking about you killing a lot of ducks, and it's making me really sad because I'm imagining you killing all the ducks I'm looking after with huge kicks and punches, and I love those ducks and I hate this conversation now. I'm sorry, Darcy. I didn't mean to upset you. We're speaking hypothetically here. I'm not going to kill all of your ducks. That's okay. Thank you, Eustace. She's not going to kill them all at once anyway. Just the ones we need for food. She's trying to get out of it. She thought we would not ice. Hedwig, Madame. She stood up, holding her empty plate. I'd like to see you in my office when you finish eating. I didn't know what they were. I just stuck my hand out. I beg your pardon? Oh, nothing. Silence. They're just dried apples, dear. Oh, what? Come on, Marta, give me some too. Absolutely not. You've been a little cunt lately. Marta, crone, gutter snipe, Ronyon. That's enough. The superior looked irritated. Flora and Marta looked as if they were having a grand old time. Hedwig, I would just like to speak with you privately about your new duties as chronicler, now that you're feeling better. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. One of the others will show you where my office is when you are ready. She strode out of the room magnanimously. Take your time. Enjoy the rest of your luncheon. I started nibbling on some cheese. Everyone was watching me. I'm happy to share the apples, if you would all like. There was a dull roar of agreement from everyone in the room, all except for Angela, who had been pretending to ignore everyone for the entire meal. I broke up the handful of dried fruit into two piles and passed to either side of me, keeping one piece for myself. Thank ye kindly. So, now that the ill dormant elder man is gone, do tell us about yourself. I realized that even now, after I had no more candy fruits to give, everyone in the room staring at me with intense interest. I, well, I don't know what I could say that I didn't say this morning. What did you say this morning? I must admit, wiping up your sick has overridden any memory of what you had said prior. So sorry. Kathy Ryan shrugged, smirking. Margaret waved a hand. It gave us a chance to reflect on the nature of servitude to God, and so on. I could see Angela raising one of her eyebrows out of the corner of my eye. Anyway, Hedwig is adapting wonderfully. She had some trouble with the stairs, but got the hang of them quickly. I imagined you would probably have some trouble with stairs if you had been locked in a little room for that long. Yes, whereas we are all locked in a big room, aren't we? With each other for company. Locked is a strong word, Kathy Ryan. You're right, as usual. We aren't locked in. The hill is more of a moat. Honestly, you sound just like Thora sometimes. On a hill, I'm not sure the metaphor is necessary. Metaphor? That's a big word. As expected, however, from our resident librarian, Count Butcher, on the subject of ducks, I was merely speaking in hypotheticals. That's another good word. What does hypothetical mean? Eustace. I regret saying anything. I'm being earnest. It means mind control. You're thinking of hypnosis. 343. A loud cheer went up around the table. Darcy, let me out, please. Eustace scooted her chair back with a loud squeak and stormed out of the room. Come on, Eustace, please come back. Perhaps this isn't rich of me to say, but I think you lot don't know when to lay off sometimes. I do not understand in this case. One minute she is talking about fighting ducks, but now she is upset we are joking about fancy words. Bad timing, I think. She's doing her best, but she's quite torn up. We all are. It's horrible. Hedwig, dear, if you don't know, I know. As I said, she was joking about killing ducks. I would have thought that would have been worse than joking about words. You're young. It's never the obvious things that remind some folk of grief past. Eustace is the librarian and Kathy Ryan was the chronicler, of course. Peas in a pod they were. Not just them. We all miss her very much. It isn't a competition. Flora looked as if she was about to mouth off in response, but at that moment, Eustace re-entered the room carrying a large wooden bowl. What the hell happened in here? We were wondering where you had gotten off to. We were worried you were upset. Eustace said nothing as she walked to the table with the bowl, smiling gently. That's playing dirty, Hughes. I have no idea what you're talking about. I forgot I had made this to celebrate our newcomer. That's all. I believe you. Gay lady? Gay lady? After you've all had candied apples. Goodness. What's Gala Day? Puddin'. Eustace ladled out the sweet-smelling treat onto everyone's plates. When it was Angela's turn to be offered some, she pushed her chair back and stood up, jolting the entire table forward and causing everyone's plates to wobble. Darcy and Moira had to hold on to their dishes to keep them from spilling over onto their robes. "Is everything all right, Angela?" "No." With a glare that seemed to lock with every pair of eyes in the room, Angela stalked out of the rectory hall. "I doubt she'll be coming back with pudding." I was in considerably higher spirits after eating. I excused myself after finishing the gala day. I got a little self-conscious about how long I was taking to meet the superior. Even though there had been a few awkward moments, I didn't really want the conversation to end. Still, feeling like I should be responsible and punctual, I excused myself partway through a continued discussion about what animals Eustace could best lend hand-to-hand combat. Darcy helpfully volunteered to show me to the office. It was on the first floor. Further down the hallway she had taken me down on the way to the kitchen and bath. "Here you go." "Thank you. And thank you again for the mint as well, and for showing me around before." "Oh, and I helped cook lunch." "Oh, well, thank you for that as well." I didn't make all of it, but enough that it's sad to not hear a thank you from the others, and nice to hear it from you. "Well, in I go." "In you go." Enter. I opened the door and stepped inside. Darcy watched me with a big grin still plastered to her face. The superior's office was small but meticulously kept. It was rather plush compared to the rest of the rooms I had seen so far. A grand window looked out into the garden, and there was a door off to the left that I presumed to lead to a private bedchamber. The superior herself sat at a thick oaken desk in a rather ornate chair. "How are you feeling?" "Much better, thank you." "Good, good. How has your morning fared?" "Setting aside your little fainting spell." I rummaged around in recent memory for a reassuring anecdote. It has been an interesting experience. I managed to run straight into Sister Angela on the way into the chapel, and Sister Kathy Ryan introduced me to Sister Margaret. Those two, try not to let them rope you into any schemes. They, no, no, of course. They are both incredibly adept at sneaking around. Both of them have managed to scare me, witless with their creeping. I am relieved that I'm not alone, then. Indeed, do you have any leads yet? I... Leads? Any idea who could have killed Kathy Ryan yet? Any hint at all? Anything to follow up on? No. That is a pity, moaned Superior. I... I've been out of myself for all of 6 hours, if that. For much of that time I was ill, and then asleep. and then alone in a bathtub. What clues could you possibly expect me to have already? Did you really think someone would slip up and tell me over luncheon? No, I suppose I shouldn't have counted on anything quite so miraculous was happening. She turned around and stepped to the large window. Some thorny bushes were growing underneath, and a few trees dotted the path between the building and the garden. Light and shadow danced across her habit as she paced back and forth slowly. I don't even know how Kathy Ryan died. I've heard some mournful whispers from the sisters I've met, but I haven't a clue as to what actually happened. When did she pass? How? Where is her body? Sister Kathy Ryan was found in the coaster on the first morning of November. She was laying on her back with a sword plunged into the earth just above her. Her head had been cut off and arranged in her hands. It was gouache. So that's what was in the grass. I thought it was a crucifix. Yes, no one, least of all me, could bear to remove it. It's become something of a monument to Kathy Ryan, I suppose. Rather grim. A bloodied sword feels like an awful way to remember someone. You'll get no argument from me, but these women are strange sometimes. You'll get no argument. That would be true regardless of my suspicions. That said, the blade is actually clean. It was clean even when we found it. It was. Yes. Angela found the stable boy hiding in the yard without a speck of blood on him, but Sister Darcy discovered his cloak elsewhere. It was quite tarnished, and Angela surmised that he had used it to wipe down the blade before attempting to flee. A sound theory at the time. I have my doubts now, though. Who found the body? Sister Charity, on one of her morning walks. The round woman you met at lunch. Don't call someone round. I don't mean it as an insult. Go up, thou bald one. What? What happened with Kathy Ryan's body? If you're hoping to play surgeon and examine her for clues, I'm afraid she's already been interred. I understand. This was actually a small relief. As determined as I was to find Kathy Ryan's killer and help bring them to justice, a dead body was the last thing I wanted to see. Where was she buried? The cemetery is a short hike from here, on the hill. I can have one of the sisters show you there, should you feel the need to visit. Say a few words. Not that you could have known her, I suppose. What a great idea. What if the murderer, since you don't believe it was a suspicious boy with blood on his shirt, decides to off me as well? Perhaps while taking me on a pleasant hike, alone, up to the cemetery. I must say, it feels rather difficult involving myself with the others when you directed me to spy on them. You make it sound so ugly. We are seeking justice. I had no choice in the matter. I'm sticking my neck out based on your intuition. Let's not fight about it. What's done is done. You are no longer an ingress. You are free to do whatever you wish once the killer is captured. I was perfectly happy where I was. Don't be ridiculous. You might as well have been a prisoner. If that were so, I would have been your prisoner. I really, truly do not want to fight about this. Yes, so you keep saying every time I question something. Stop giving me this insolence. By God, where is the awkward little titmouse who introduced herself to Sir Vice this morning? She's standing in front of you, rather upset about the situation she's been thrust into. You're not but a bratty child, a woman, a member of our family had her bloody head cut off, and all you can think about is your own comfort. These people are not my family, you least of all. I am your superior. I am your abbess. You are my charge, and you will do as I say. I have been as accommodating and kind as I possibly can in asking for your assistance, but make no mistake, I do not need to ask, nor will I in future if I require something of you. Vade ad formicam, o piger et considera vias eas et pisce sapientium, qa cum non habeat ducem nec praeceptorum nec principem, habat a state cibum sibi et congregat in messe quod comitat. I am neither ant nor sluggard, abbess. I will respect your wishes as my superior, but I am not a soldier awaiting commands. Are you surprised? I must admit I surprised myself at this moment as well. Maybe my humors were still off kilter. Maybe I was tired of feeling weak and embarrassed all morning. Perhaps I, free from myself for the first time in many years, was trying out new behaviors to see how they fit me the way one tries on a new cloak at the market. Or maybe, just maybe, it was something else. Do you think Darcy could have been right when she said this place was haunted? I am sorry. Once again, I am being unfair. Please try to understand. I have so much love for this place. These halls are my responsibility, and if it all falls apart, I don't know what I would do. If you truly believe the stable boy did not do it, I could so easily throw him to the wolves. Don't you see? I do not mean to throw you to them in his place. I mean to take the more difficult path here. I'd rather stake my reputation on seeking the truth than condemn an innocent boy for my own gain. It would not be right. I understand. I could feel myself becoming smaller, weaker again, deflating like an empty water skin. If you want me to start truly investigating things, I need somewhere to start. I can't just hope to stumble into the answer. May I speak with the accused, the stable boy in the hospital? An obvious but none the less excellent idea. I felt so trapped by my position leading the convent, despite this investigation ultimately being my responsibility. I didn't dare think of involving myself so directly, but you could speak with him. I will take you to the hospital. In secret, of course. I'll arrange a time and send for you under the pretense of more chronicler business. I would still pose my first question to you again, however. Think hard. Has anything stuck out as particularly unusual to you? Everything is unusual to me. I was fighting back tears now. Meek. Everything. Did Kathy Ryan tell you I barely made it down the stairs this morning? In my mind I knew what stairs were, but I can't remember if I had ever actually walked up or down any before today. It will take some time to adjust. I'm not sure if I will ever fully adjust. Have faith. If I could offer one small observation, at least, if there's anything I find strange, it's how calm everyone seems. So you felt it too. I'm glad it was not just my own superstition. Everyone seems happy, especially at luncheon. They were joking, laughing. I suppose I'd have no way of truly knowing, but the congregation certainly isn't behaving the way I would expect them to, knowing one of them was just died. It is odd, isn't it? Yes, I suppose your instincts weren't wrong. And asking for my help, I changed the subject quickly. I did not want the superior to think I was happy with her choice and my situation. God forbid. Oh, a question. Is it true the hours are compressed here? A morning service and an evening office that encompasses every office. Yes, that is fairly standard in most monastic communities nowadays. Why didn't you tell me that? My cell wasn't far away. You knew how to use stairs. The bishop forbade it. The why? Because an anchorite's entire purpose is to do the things normal people cannot. She was right. I tensed and untensed my hands a few times, unsure what to do with myself. I was to bear burdens no one else was expected to, all alone in there. You thought otherwise. I don't know. I suppose I never really considered it. I just read scripture and theology all the time. I had an idea in my mind of what an abbey was supposed to look like, and I thought even if my role was different, everyone else's would be at least similar. Things are very different when you have responsibilities. The day-to-day tasks of earthly life, as much as the monastery reduces them to their two basics, are still quite time-consuming. Animals must be tended to, food must be grown and prepared, work arises and must be done. Besides, you had your own work to do. You had books to copy, scripture to commit to memory, prayers for the townspeople to amplify. What? You were given ringing prayers to say for people. That was one of your core duties. I I was given no such thing. Now is a very poor time for jokes. I am being completely serious. I have no idea what you're talking about. I copied books, I prayed the hours. I was never given anything else to pray for, save the occasional visitor to the hagioscope's prayers. She gave me a piercing, icy glare. Then, as if a set of strings holding her upright had been cut, she collapsed into her chair. I don't understand. We are very far away from the nearest village or town here. Nonetheless, we are here, and we serve the people of Linborough and their needs, offer them help with their prayers. Of course, I would have happily done so if I had received any. Because we're up on this hill, we're sent supplies from the village, things we can't grow ourselves, essentials, the occasional holiday luxuries, and so on. She reached down to a drawer under her desk, pulling out two small cups and a carafe. She uncorked the container and poured some dark liquid into both cups. Wine. Drink up. She slid one of the cups to me with her own. I took it gingerly. I had, of course, had wine before, but this smelled different. This is nicer than anything you've had brought to you, I would wager. One of the aforementioned occasional luxuries. Drink it, please. I braved a sip. She was right. It was different. For one thing, it was quite strong. The superior took a big swig of hers and continued, when you were brought here and made to take the vows, one of the first things that crossed my mind was how inconvenient it would be to expect the people of the village to trek up here every time they needed spiritual aid. Why, it would be positively cruel to make children walk all the way to the ingress themselves. Old men with walking sticks. You get the picture. And since we are all the way up here on this lonely hill, I thought, why, I know it would make things easier. I offered the townsfolk a simple idea. They're an educated sort down there, you see. Not like us. Or, well, she waved her cup to the door. More than them. So I told the people to write their prayers down, give them to the young man who brings our supplies. We'll sort through them and pass them on to the ingress here. And did they? I saw the envelopes, yes, many times. I don't understand. The abbess took a final pull from her cup and slammed it back onto the desk. Giving those letters to you was Kathy Ryan's responsibility. I didn't know what to say. The woman who had come to the hagioscope so many times, who had seemed so interested in me and my way of life, had been hiding an entire function of my job from me. Why? It made no sense. The already foggy picture I had of Catherine in my mind was losing definition. I I suppose I could start by just asking the others about Catherine. Be careful. That could raise suspicions rather quickly. Well, I'm taking over her old role. It would make sense to everyone if I asked about her. I think I should know the size of the shoes I'm meant to fill. As long as you are careful to frame it that way. Of course, I I just don't understand. Why would Kathy Ryan withhold my letters? The superior set out a heavy sigh and brought a hand to her temple. She looked as if she had aged 5 years over the course of this conversation. I don't know. The more I hear, the less I understand. That's exactly how I feel. I know this is the right thing to do, but I was not expecting things to get this tangled quite so quickly. I will do my best to untangle things, at best. I tried my utmost to sound authoritative. Maybe I really was trying out new personalities. The superior gave me a tired smile in response. Bless you. Take a wander around the grounds and talk with some of the sisters. They should be taking most of the rest of the day for their work, but I'm sure they'll make time to chat. I gave a little bow of my head and turned to leave through the large oaken door. I stepped out into the empty hallway. I had no idea where to start looking for people. What I realized now was as decent a time as any to explore the abbey and get my bearings. Truth be told, I had no idea how huge this place actually was when I was in my cell. I had a few diagrams of monasteries and cathedrals in my books, but those were just fill lines on a page. Now that I was actually wandering around in the abbey by myself, one doesn't to eschew the careful layouts I had read about at that. I found myself marveling at the tiniest things. Most of the stonework was quite old. I had noticed that some walls lining the path to the bathroom kitchen were in disrepair. I didn't quite know how to describe it, but it just wasn't dilapidation. Some parts of this place just looked older, squared off, less detailed. The chapel, for instance, while certainly very tall inside, felt very simple. A big box, really. But as I walked around the grounds, I noticed that certain sections of the abbey were meticulously detailed. There were little flourishes on the corners of the stonework, bits and pieces that didn't seem to serve any particular function, but certainly caught the eye. And then I thought, maybe that was the function. I hadn't seen many other buildings before, but I could immediately spot the difference between parts of the monastery. I reached for a comparison I could make. I connected it to books, of course. Some parts of the Abbey felt like they had been built the way the Old Testament had been translated. Functional, blunt, constructed out of the bare necessities to make their point immediately. In the story of Elisha I was relying on earlier, the distance between the bears carrying those children apart, the Elisha arriving at Bethel was 2 lines or so. Other parts of the Abbey were more majestic, pretty. Perhaps there's a structural reason for the way things look, but the look is what draws you in. You can gaze at it and ponder what it means, rather than understanding its purpose immediately. Maybe it's just decorative. Maybe it's decorative and functional, or perhaps the decoration is the function. If they're long-witted and aesthetically interesting, like something Aquinas wrote. Romanesque v. Gothic. Well, yes, that was exactly what I was getting to. I apologize for rambling. I'm trying to illustrate how my mind was piercing my new work together after being locked in a room for years and years. I suppose I'm the Aquinas between the two of us, aren't I? Not in talent, by God, but certainly in method. That's okay. You can be Roman, and I'll be Gothic. I took a turn I had made before down some stairs. I trod carefully, still embarrassed about my little adventure with Catherine that morning. I realized I was stepping into the undercroft, which meant the cellars must be nearby. I wandered through the croft until I heard voices echoing around. They sounded strained. I followed them until I spotted barrels. Lots and lots of barrels. I walked through the rows of casks in all. This was a lot of wine. I could see 2 figures ahead of me. Oh, hello, Hedwig. Hello, you two. Did Marta put you on cellar duty? Oh, no. I just came down here to talk to Flora. I was on cellar duty. Is everything alright? Oh, everything is just fine. We were just talking about chess. I am very competitive, and sometimes I just raise my voice, I suppose. Yeah. Are you good at chess, Hedwig? I've never played, actually. Of course, what a silly question for me to ask. Who would you have played against? That's... That's right. You can play chess against yourself. Where is the fun in that? You get to be alone, for starters. Bah. No, that is such a waste of time. There is no romance in that. Romance, the thrill of competition, the heat of battle. Chivalry requires spectatorship to do battle not with swords, but with wits. Romance takes two. Wow, you certainly do get passionate about chess. I can romance myself just fine. I do it all the time. Flora, now you're just disrespecting the game. I don't understand. Well, anyway, Flora, I still demand a rematch. You will face me on the field of battle of the mind, and I will prove to you that your last victory was but a fluke. Fine, whatever, if it'll get you out of my face. Tonight, we duel. Adela lifted up an imaginary sword, then twirled it and sheathed it at her side. Okay, sure, bye. Goodbye, my friends. If you're interested, Hedwig, I will teach you how to play one day. All you have to do is ask. She gave me a smile and I left him the long passage of barrels. Come to think of it, I might have an Alexander Nicken book that mentions chess. I don't care. Right. I suppose that's something I could tell Adela sometime. What do you want? Oh, nothing, just making the rounds, saying hello to everyone, you know. So this is, what, your third introduction? Sorry. Dora huffed and leaned against the cask lined up against the back wall. Look, I'm sure you're really nice or whatever. I don't volunteer down here for the conversation. Understand? You like to work alone. Finally, someone understands. Well, I will be working alone a lot too, I think. So do you have any advice? Advice? Yes. Advice for working alone? Certainly. Well, for starters, you need to be by yourself. Alright. And then, since I'm by myself, I like to do my work. Why are you asking me for advice anyway? Aren't you like twice my age? I am barely a decade your senior. I'll have you know. Close enough. Marta had been right. I tried to change the subject to maintain composure. This is certainly a lot of wine. Yes, as you can see, I have a lot of work to do. Alone. Is the wine here good? I wouldn't know. I haven't gotten to try any. This batch will be the first time the Superior has allowed me to taste. We must have a large vineyard nearby. These aren't all ours. Really? Where are the other casks from? Dunno. Some rich guy, probably. Maybe this is a good environment for wine storage. Good for bringing out the flavor or whatever. I see. Well, I shall leave you to it then. Thank you. It was nice chatting with you. Yeah, nice meeting you for the third time. I turned away to leave. I had had just about enough of that conversation. I had made it halfway back through the rows of barrels when I heard Thor call out to me. Why did you want Keth trying to job so bad? I didn't. Really? Yes, I promise. I turned to look at her. She was eyeing me up and down. I tried to give her as defiant a stare as I could muster in return. Weird way of showing it, breaking a 20-year vow to make a dead woman's work. I wanted to tell her about Captain Ryan's visits to my window. I wanted to tell her about how the Superior had practically forced me to do this. I wanted to tell her that I was trying to help heal the wound that was making her act this way to me. But I didn't. I couldn't. If you want to put it that way, sure feels like that is the way it is. How I'm putting it has nothing to do with it. So it must seem. With that, I turned around again and left the undercroft. I wandered around the halls for a bit, trying to gather my thoughts. Adela was certainly passionate about chess, but was that really what the conversation I walked in on had been about? Surely Adela had been here long enough to know Flora didn't like being bothered. She had made that clear to me immediately. After all, it must have been something more important than that. No, this wasn't going to work. I started looking for reasons to suspect everyone every time I encountered them. I was going to need to strike a careful balance between searching for the answers and letting them come to me slowly. I would go mad otherwise. Well, more mad. I stepped into the outside path that led past the kitchen. I walked past the rectory where we had all met for luncheon. I followed the little path around the grounds. Eventually I came to the side of the chapel. I stood back and gazed at the building, taking it all in. There was a pile of rubble next to the chapel, a blemish on an otherwise picturesque scene. Bits of splintered wood stuck out at odd angles, but they were rotted through. The stone itself was quite weathered as well. It looked perhaps as if an extension to the church had been planned but forgotten. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement. Oh, hello there, Sister Margaret. I was just taking a stroll around the grounds. That's a good way to pass the time. Lots of nooks and crannies to explore around here. Yes, it certainly seems nice. I found myself quite overwhelmed. I think I might know most of the interesting passages and doors and whatnot around here. It's a little boggling, but honestly, I doubt anyone here knows every little secret. If you find anything interesting, let me know. We can compare notes. I will. What's your favorite? I don't think I know you well enough to share that just yet. Nothing against you. We can work up to my favorite. I can tell you my second favorite if you would like. Go on then. If you ever get hungry in the middle of the night, there's a secret way into the stores through the cellar. Really? Where? Now, where's the fun in that? Fair enough, I suppose. There'll be more if you find it yourself. Exploring this place is very enriching. You'll have a great time figuring it out, I promise. I'll keep that in mind. By the way, at luncheon, I would like nothing more than to skip over whatever topic you were hoping to reach here. Ask me what my favorite song is, or if I play any instruments. Anything else? I Do you play any instruments? I'm not too shabby at the lute, now that you mention it. Wow, I've never played any instruments. I imagine that's obvious, come to think of it. You should try it. Kathy Ryan would have shoved one into your hands the minute you stepped out of your cell if she was still here. I would wager. Really now. That's more or less how it was for me when I got here. Hardly a minute after having my hair shorn, she was asking me all kinds of things. What I liked to do, what I wanted out of life. Nobody got past her without trying something new. She sounds like she was very inspirational. She certainly had the stars in her eyes. May she rest in peace. May she rest in peace. Well, this has been as pleasant as it's been modeling. I'll speak to you later, Hedwig. Until next time, Margaret. She gave me a quick bow of the head and continued off down to the path I had come from. After taking another good look at the chapel, I looped around behind it. There I could see rows upon rows of bushes and hedges, flower beds, and vegetables. There were vines crawling up the walls of the buildings, surrounding the vast network of plants. This was Darcy's domain, then. In fact, I could see her and Eustace beside the door to what looked like a large shed, or some sort of hall. I picked up my pace. At the very least, these two would be nicer to me than Flora was. Or so I thought. Eustace looked slightly irritated when she noticed me. She stood up and brushed herself off as I approached. Hello. I want to say thank you for the gala. Now is not a great time. What? Is something wrong? No, just I'm busy. I glanced at Darcy. I realized she was looking even more out there than usual. Is she okay? Yes, as long as I'm watching her anyway. What is she? Darcy was pacing around in a small circle. Her head was tilted skyward, and she looked blissful. She's having a vision. She's what? Rows of bookshelves. Rows and rows of bookshelves. Rows and rows and rows of bookshelves. Hold on. Eustace dipped down to pick up a small ledger and quill she had been sitting with. The reader chooses a book. It is a book the reader has not read before. The reader chooses a book and opens the book. What's in the book, Darcy? Ink lashes like flame, and they hurt the reader so. But the reader pays no mind. Readers read, and the reader does, until the reader's eyes are burned, until every page is turned. Readers read, and the reader does. Yes, keep going. Stay with me, Darce. How can you be so calm about this? She's had this one before. Readers read, and others ask. We ask readers what they read. What if they've read what we need? Reading makes one wise indeed. Readers read and others ask, even if the flames do lash. Eustace scribbled all this down. She seemed perfectly collected. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. All of a sudden, Darcy stopped walking in her little circle. She began to wobble, and tears started rolling down her cheeks. Her blissful smile was gone. This is new. What do you see now, Darce? What's happening? Fire. Yes, flames. You said that already. Anything else? Goat. Fire. Goat. Fire goat. Forgot. I forgot what I was talking about. Just another one of your visions. I'd say that tincture was a success. Good. Was it a nice one? It's hard to tell. She tossed her face and was slightly surprised by how damp her cheeks were. Was I crying because I saw the face of God and it was beautiful? Or was I crying because it was bad? We'll talk about it later. Darcy, how long have you been having visions? For a long time. We really need to be going. Yeah, I need to go sit down for a bit after having one of my vision pictures, or everyone says I stay too odd. So bye. I'll talk to you when I'm less odd. Eustace took Darcy by the arm and coaxed her back to the main building of the Abbey. I stood there stunned. I had of course read about mystics, but I had never dreamed I would meet one, let alone see one in the middle of having a vision. I must admit that I had not pictured Darcy as being quite so close to God as that. It was a little humbling. Then again, if Marjorie Kemp could be so gifted, why couldn't Darcy? I spent some time alone in the garden. I could see rows of carrots, juicy-looking squashes, and plump parsnips. There were plenty of other things I didn't recognize too. I realized just how limited my diet had been in my cell, and I salivated at the thought of trying some new food. The flower beds were quite beautiful, and a mix of pleasant smells filled the air. I took a little stroll through the flower bushes. There were all manner of colors and shapes I couldn't identify. I stopped to smell a few. They were all lovely. There was one awkward spindly-looking bush at the end of one of the hedgerows that looked out of place. It was slightly skeletal. The leaves looked too big for the plant. It drooped a little. As I got closer, I realized there were little berries on the ends of the flowers. Against all better judgment, I reached a hand out, curious to see what they tasted like. Don't touch that. Goodness, you made me jump. Sorry, I wondered if you were still in the garden and came looking for you. I'm sure it's all very exciting, but don't go touching things willy-nilly. That was very rude of me. I apologize. It's fine. Just don't touch that plant, whatever you do. Is it poisonous? Extremely. Why on earth is it here? I'm no botanist, so I can't explain it properly, but the short of it is that it's useful in small doses. How on earth could poison be useful? Well, Moira says it could be used to make a good painkiller, for one thing. There's Catherine 1, who begged Darcy to start tending it, though. Apparently it's all the rage in Italy. You drop a little bit of the extract in your eyes to make them look bigger, I suppose. Shinier. That's absurd. You won't get any argument from me, but that's why it's here. Darcy does a really wonderful job with this garden. She's brilliant. Darcy's our little Hildegard von Bingen. Sorry, is that someone you... No, don't worry. I've read Hildegard. That makes sense. An expert with plants and a real visionary. And Darcy's like her in several ways. That's right. Is she doing well after all that? Hello, Spin. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence, friend. She's fine. She tries to have them on purpose. She has all sorts of different concoctions she's been tinkering with to try and enhance and understand her visions for years. That's incredible. It's certainly interesting. Oh my, oh my, oh my, is that so? Uh-huh. Did Darcy know Catherine well? Catherine too, you mean? Yes, she thought Darcy was a genius. How nice. Catherine II had a way of making everyone feel special, sometimes to a fault, if you ask me. She encouraged everyone to try new things to see if they had any hidden talents. That pudding you made for luncheon was very nice, by the way. Was that? Oh no, that recipe's all me. Well, all me and my books. I see. Well, it was delicious. I'm glad. Anyway, my point is, Catherine II was someone who couldn't leave well enough alone. She had many admirable traits. I miss her dearly, but it's true. I don't follow. Eustace stared at me pointedly from behind her large glasses. Be careful, Hedwig. With that, she turned on her heel and left the garden. Beads of cold sweat were building on my forehead. I felt knocked entirely off balance. After a few moments of stunned silence, I staggered back through the flower beds to the alley. It was a little chilly outside now. It was getting later in the afternoon, and I presumed this dinner bell would be ringing at any moment. Eustace's words were still bouncing around in my head. I hoped that a meal might straighten me out the way luncheon had earlier in the day. As I walked through the cloister, I remembered what the superior had said about the sword being left as something of a monument to Catherine. I stepped onto the cloister glass and walked up to the sword, somewhat apprehensively. Be careful, Hedwig. What has she meant? Did she know? The sword was indeed clean. It looked well weathered, but there was no blood upon the blade. I dared not touch it, but I could tell the edge was still decently sharp. Be careful, Hedwig. How many of them knew? If Tuesday suspected I was up to something, surely she would tell the others. The secret might already be out there. I heard a rustle of wings above me. I jerked my head up to see, cloaked in shadow,
Spin
the
dash
barest
diva.
glint of
Said.
eyes.
Are you rocking back and forth? I do that too while I'm streaming.
Indeed, indeed, that's just what happens sometimes. It's what happens sometimes. You guys see it right there? You see the person or thing. They disappeared into the shadows as soon as I was sure they were there. I'm just a granny at a lake telling a story in a rocking chair. That's all it is. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Bless me. I scurried away from the sword, feeling a sudden rush of bravery. I started running to the nearest staircase that might lead me to whoever had been
Spin dash
watching
D.
me,
Said.
and collided
Bless you.
directly with Angela. I am so, so sorry. There is to be no running in the halls. Did the superior not tell you that? I know. I really am sorry. What are you in such a hurry for anyway? I, well, I was in the cloister. I was in the cloister and I thought I saw someone watching me, so I was running to see who it was. What on earth for? To see. I don't know if they wanted to talk to me, perhaps. Of course, no one here seems to be able to resist your riveting conversation skills. I've not iced. What an exciting first day you've had. Has it been fun? Being paraded around like a daughter the Duke is desperate to marry off. I spare me. I can see right through your little act. I I don't I don't know. I don't know. Well, I do. I know exactly why you joined us all of a sudden. I'll take your silence as confirmation. You may have tricked the others, but I am no fool. If that's if that's the case, then why haven't you told them? Because I do not care a whit what the others think. I just don't like meddlers, and I know a meddler when I see one. The superior may not care about how this place is run, but I do. I will not let her entrust this place to a complete outsider. I... Oh, what? I was at a total loss here, but at least now I can be honest in my confusion. You think I'm to become the next superior? I'm not even close to the most senior sister here. As if tradition matters here. Why else would you have been let free from your cell? Why else would you be taking meetings alone with her? I'm just learning to be a new chronicler. Yes, the superior seems to think the chroniclers make good superior material. She is a fool, but a determined fool. I'll give her that. She She cares a lot about this place, clearly, hence why she set a mouse loose in the kitchen. She stalked past me, turning her nose up. I stood there shaking with anger for a moment. I wheeled around as she reached the bottom of the stairs. Who killed Kathy Ryan? I knew I shouldn't have asked so bluntly, but I felt confident enough in Angela's ignorance to barrel ahead. James Foreman, a nasty little stable hand, had his eyes on her ever since he first started making deliveries to the Abbe. She rejected his advances, so he hacked her head off with a sword he carried in his cart for protection on the road. It was brutal, random, and obscene, like most crimes are. I cannot believe that. You never met her. Why do you care? It is my job to care. Not yet, it isn't. I was fuming. I did feel a little twinge of satisfaction, realizing that I had thrown Angela off my real reason for being here. I knew she was wrong about Kathy Ryan, though. There were too many strange things going on, too much unsettling evidence to the contrary. Evidence like, well, I didn't actually have any evidence, did I? I just had whispers. Whispers telling me that something was very, very wrong here. I had agreed with the superior out of a mixture of obedience and pity. But now I was itching to find the truth and rub Angela's stuck up face in it. Supper that night was a lot more subdued than luncheon. We all gathered around the rectory table, but the conversation didn't spark the same way. People seemed worn out from the various tasks of the day. Small clusters of chatter broke out between little groups of people across the table, but mostly people ate their meals in silence. I was content with the state of affairs, at least for the moment. My plate was laden with wonderful looking food from Darcy's garden, as well as a generous piece of chicken breast. I wolfed it all down in silence, trying to avoid eye contact from Angela, who was seated next to the superior at the head of the table once again. Cess Olis's book on chess is supposed to be quite interesting. So I have heard. Eustace, do we have a translated copy? In English or Castilian, I mean. I would have to check. I'll take a look and give it to you later. Spectacular. After supper was vespers. You'll be glad to know I didn't cough up any horrible black bile in the chapel this time. We chanted the evening prayers. It all felt very regimented. There was a certain peace to the proceedings. My head felt pleasantly empty and soft after, free of the confusion and rage I had been alternating between earlier. When the office of vespers was concluded, people trickled out of the chapel one by one. Left to my own devices, I wasn't really sure what to do. I followed everyone out of the building into the cloister, but nobody turned to ask what I was doing, if I would like to join them, or anything of the sort. It felt like I had already ceased to be of any interest to the congregation. Invisible. I trailed behind everyone. I wasn't actually sure what I wanted. Did I want to be included? Would that make my job harder or easier? Would it make me feel better or worse? Now, or when it came time to accuse one of them of the unthinkable, I looked across the cloister and stopped dead in my tracks. The sword was gone. I ran across the grass to where it had stood. It had been right here. It had been right here. I had seen it. I had never nearly touched it. The sword is gone. Hello? I called out, but everyone had dispersed already. I looked down at the grass and then, with a jolt, looked up at where I had seen the mysterious figure earlier. They weren't there. I stared at the slight divot in the grass where the blade had been stuck into the earth for a little while. The superior. She had to be warned. Superior. Mother Superior, The door yanked open suddenly. Get in. Now. Are you quite mad? I will send for you when I am prepared to talk. If you're seen coming in and out of my office at will. I know, I'm sorry, but this is really important. You're putting both of us at risk. I apologize, but I'm making careful preparations so as not to rouse suspicions. Someone's taken the sword. The superior furrowed her brow. The sword, in the courtyard. It's gone. I saw it there this afternoon and now it's missing. I know. You. I thought about what you had said after luncheon about leaving a weapon lying around and decided you were completely correct. It was more than a little foolish. I told her Sacris to take care of it not long after you left. Eustace. Yes. She's in charge of all the routes and items of interest here, not just the books. Well, what if she's the killer? She has a wicked blade now. A sword that she could have gone and collected whenever she fancied, were that the case. Hedwig, leave the strategizing to me. There's nothing whatsoever suspicious about an abbess asking her sacris to keep an object under her care. It makes absolutely no difference in the grand scheme of things if Eustace is involved or not. She would have access to the blade either way. Now, if the blade turns up missing, or God forbid, gets used again, she will be the first person to call on. Please trust that I do think about these matters carefully. I like to play at least a few moves ahead. Moves ahead? What does that mean? Chess terminology. Have you played chess before? No. I'll have Eustace phone you, says Olus's book on the subject. It's really very interesting. I as well am bloody tired of hearing about chess, to tell you the truth. Anyway, you should go. If anyone asks, I was checking up on how your first day went. How did your first day go? I took a deep breath and raised my finger in the air, ready to let it all out again like I had in my previous meeting with the superior. However, I thought better of it in the end. Fine, all things considered. Fine. Good. Good. Angela doesn't trust you. Now there's the shock of the century. Anything else? No. Very well then. I shall send for you when I am ready to speak on these matters again, and to take you to visit the accused. Understood, Abbess. Have a good night, Hedwig. I left. I trudged up the stairs back to the dormitories. I pulled my robes a little tighter around myself. The wind was picking up outside. At the top of the stairs, I could see Eustace and Adela walking through the halls, holding torches and lighting the sconces on the walls near the entrance to the doors, the library, and the Misericorde. I was somewhat surprised. Oh my, who's going to be awake to snuff all those out later? We typically only do the ones up here. This hallway gets a bit of traffic at night. The dorms, the library, and so on. Do not worry about fires, though. We put them out before we go to bed. I nodded absent-mindedly and continued to the dorms. I had had a long day. The energy I had received from the bath had almost been entirely spent. I had no idea what the other nuns were planning to do with their night, but all I could think about was my bed. I swung open the door to my little room and plopped face first into the straw mattress. My head hit the pillow with a thunk. Oh, really? What now? I flung my pillow aside to reveal a book. It had no title or adornment on the cover, but when I opened it, I was greeted by a lovely Evening title page. Medea. Oh, Lord, we getting Medea up in here? Oh, this is going to get solved real quick. Medea don't fuck around. Transcribed proudly by Catherine II of Navarro, Tor Abbey. For the enigmatic woman in the wall, may she find this most interesting and edifying, despite its pagan origins, with apologies to Hosidius and Euripides and kind. I began to weep first and then sob. Here it was, the play I had been promised all those weeks ago. I cradled it in my arms. I dared not turn past the title page yet. There was something that kept me glued to those words. Little words that had been written just for me. Kathy Ryan's handwriting was a little scratchier than mine, but it was full of character. I touched the page gently, running my finger across the page to feel the slight indents where the quill had pressed into the parchment. She hadn't broken her promise to me in the slightest. I thought back to that night she came to my window. How soon after that had she died? How long before Samhain had she planned to give me this? I knew from experience that transcribing anything was no simple task, even if a play was much shorter than the Bible. Oh, what a strange mixture of elation and despair I felt. I had a special gift from Catherine, but I would never be able to share my thoughts on the story with her. I was left with precisely half of the experience, and I would never, ever live the other half of it in all of my days. It would have to do, just knowing that Kathy Ryan had made this filled with joy. As I dried my tears, I wondered who had brought this here for me. Nobody knew that I had spoken to Kathy Ryan, surely, unless she had told someone while preparing this book. Did I have a secret ally? Someone carrying out Kathy Wright's last wish beyond the grave? Or perhaps Darcy had been right, and I was about to meet a friendly spirit. I fantasized for a few moments about reading Medea along some sort of transparent, flickering version of Kathy Ryan for a moment, but it was too sad to keep up for very long. I didn't even know what Kathy Ryan looked like, and, well, ghosts don't exist, of course. I put my pillow back in its place and settled down. I couldn't read the play, not just yet. The whole thing was just sinking in still. I clutched the book to my chest and drifted off to a much needed sleep. I awoke with a start some time later. I felt hot and uncomfortable as I rose from my bed. I was too tired and overwhelmed earlier to think to remove my habit before drifting off. I carefully slid the copy of Medea under my bedsheet and stepped out into the dormitory hall. Hello? Is everything all right out here? I spoke in a loud whisper, not wanting to wake anyone who may have also been trying to sleep. I got no response, however. I peered out into the second floor hallway. The sconces were still lit, flickering somewhat in the wind. Up ahead, I could hear a door closing. People were still awake, it seemed. I sighed deeply. Was this the hazing the superior had mentioned this morning? Flora, is that you? Margaret? Kathy rang. I could hear faint laughter coming from somewhere down the hall. Curious, I crept forward. I could definitely hear laughter and talking and what sounded like a lute being strummed. As I walked down the hall, the sounds got closer. I realized they were coming from the door next to the library, the Misericorde. I frowned. It sounded like there was a raucous party taking place behind the door. I was confused and a little hurt. I vaguely knew about the concept of the Misericorde from some of my reading. It was a room where the rules of Saint Benedict were lifted, and oblates could partake freely in red meat and pork and other delights forbidden to us in the refectory on certain holidays. Only half of the congregation was meant to be allowed in at any given time, and yet it sounded like a full-blown banquet was happening behind this door. And today was no holy day. I really wasn't part of the group, was I? I had half a mind to barge in, but I turned around startled. At the end of the hall, illuminated by sconces, was a tall figure holding a sword. A black ghost stood next to them, held by a rope leash. I wanted to scream, but I felt paralyzed. The figure wore black robes. The figure was covered in what looked like a nun's habit, only longer, and without a white wimple or cowl. They stood taller than any woman I had ever seen. Slowly, the monster lifted their sword to me, pointing with the blade, and as it glinted in the fire, I realized they were wearing a large metal gauntlet. I took a step back, but as soon as I did, the apparition at the end of the hall thrust the blade they held into the air. With a rumbling rush of air, all of the sconces in the hallway blew out. For a moment, everything was pitch black. The figure's sword was suddenly wreathed in flame. I could see once more. This creature and their pet were indeed a stranger sight lit only by a flaming sword. In the red light of fire, their eyes glinted with an unholy sense of menace. Shadows danced through the hall as the mysterious figure slowly lowered their weapon again, bringing it to rest against the ground. After a moment, they dropped the leash they had been holding in their other hand and raised a finger to their shadowed lips. The goat stood still all the same. Assured of my silence, the apparition lowered their hand to the sword's handle. I didn't dare move or make a sound. I was absolutely in their thrall. Now gripping it with both hands, they lifted the burning sword high into the air. Firelight flickered around the hall in an eerie pattern, and then they beheaded the goat in one swift motion. The fire was snuffed out, and I was plunged into purest darkness. Unable to bear it any more, I finally screamed. I heard booming metal boots against stone. Fearful that it was the beast bearing down on me, I turned to flee, but got tripped up on my own habit. I stumbled to the ground and knocked my head against the stone so hard I could see stars. I groaned in pain and struggled to find my bearings,
Stream
but
elements.
I was quite
Set.
dazed. After a few
Stay moist,
moments of
my friends,
scrambling,
hydrate.
I realized there was a thin strip of light next to me in the darkness. As the sound of chairs scraping was heard, shadows began to pass over the bright line, and I recognized it was candlelight leaking from underneath the Misericorde. There was some panicked fiddling with a latch, and then the door finally swung open. A few of the sisters huddled around me. Adela was holding a candle and looked by far the bravest out of the group. Hedwig, are you quite all right? Whatever is the matter? There's intruder. I lifted a hand weakly to point down the hallway where I had seen the ghastly apparition. Adela took a few steps that direction. I lunged forward to grab her frock. No, they are armed. Armed? Yes, there was a monstrous figure at the end of the hall carrying a sword. What? What should we do? Orta and Charity appeared in the Misericorde's doorway. Excuse my awful hearing, but did you say you saw someone with a sword? Heavens above! I thought we were done with that sort of nonsense. Adela had tugged her robe out of my grip and was cautiously walking down the hallway. I dragged myself to my feet and made to follow her, the rest of the sisters who had spilled out of the Misericorde in tow. Tell me everything that happened, Sister Hedwig. I heard someone knocking on my door, and when I stepped out to investigate, no one was there. So I left the dormitories to see if they had gone down the hall, perhaps. And then I saw someone at the end of the hall, carrying a weapon and with a goat in tow. Hold on. A goat. Yes. And then they raised their sword, and the torches blew out. Crumbs, I would have been scared out of me wits. I was. I still am. What happened next? I'm dying to know. He. I suppose it must have been a he, the more I think about it. He lit his sword a flame and beheaded the goat, but not before pointing straight at me. A threat was leveled against me directly. Beheaded a goat, you say? Yes. This is rather a strange story, Hedwig. I understand, but you must believe me. We had reached the end of the hallway, which split in two directions. A large door to the surrounding wall of the abbey was now open to our left, wobbling slightly in the wind and creaking softly. Where did the swordsman kill the goat, Hedwig? It would have been, well, here, just about. I gestured around myself in a circle, but as I looked at the stone floor, I realized there wasn't a speck of blood to be seen. Are you feeling quite alright, Hedwig? You must have been seeing things. No shame in it, mind. There's all sorts of odd things I've convinced myself I've seen in the dark, and you're in an unfamiliar place and all. No, I saw it. It happened right here. Everyone was looking at me with a mixture of concern and annoyance now. Can we go? It's bleeding cold here. A dayless candle blew out. Everyone yelped. The door that had been easing back and forth in the nighttime air had suddenly slammed shut in the wind. The noise echoed throughout the hall with bone-rattling power. Christ almighty! That just about took my poor heart out. Is everyone all right? I was quite shaken myself, but I soon realized that everyone else was chuckling. I'll admit it. That was a pretty good one, Hedwig. A good, absolutely fiendish. You are a very convincing actress. I was truly bewildered. In the darkness, I could just barely see Marta clutching her chest and catching her breath. But she flashed me an approving smirk. Kathy Ryan was attempting to center herself with deep breaths between exasperated chuckles. A Adela's face emerged from the darkness in front of me all of a sudden. She had her hands on her hips, and she looking at me in a mock fury. We must watch out for her in the future. What's going on out here? We heard screaming. My eyes were slowly adjusting to the darkness. I could see that some more of the sisters had emerged from the dormitories, some wearing night clothes. Nothing to worry about. Hedwig just scared us all with a little fright. Do tell. I. She gave that most convincing howl to draw us out of Misericorde, and they cooked up an ingenious story to lead us down here and keep us occupied until the door slammed shut. It gave us all quite a fright. No. Oh, that's good. What did you use? String? Use? Not a trace of twine here. She must have known it would bang shut sooner or later in the wind. Lucky guess. Hence the cock and bull storytelling once we got here. You can smell it, spin a yarn, Hetty, I'll give you that. Not half. I really. That's impressive, Hedwig. Hello, hello, hello. What's all this then? Are we having a party in the hallway? The rest of the sisters had caught up. I realized that nearly everyone was here. Kathy Ryan, Laura, Adela, Marta, Charity, Margaret, Moira, Darcy, and Eustace were all clambering around me in the hall, engulfed in an orb of candlelight. All except, where's Angela? Probably busy seeing if she could fit an even bigger stick up her backside. Who cares? Consider it a mercy that she isn't here, honestly. I'm not sure she would find this so funny. I swallowed nervously. The narrative that this had all been some grand prank of mine had taken hold so hard and fast that I couldn't possibly push back against it. A happy accident, I suppose, given that it was clear as day. There was no blood at the end of the hallway where I had seen the goat beheaded, and no mysterious figure waiting for us brandishing a sword to chase. We should probably get you back to bed, lest the superior finds out you've been organizing practical jokes in the middle of the night. Yes, she's been a bit touchy about that sort of thing lately. Oh, yes, although I expect she was more worried about us hazing the newcomer rather than the newcomer hazing us. That reminds me, Hedwig, did you like my prank? Your prank? Everyone looked at her as we walked back to the dormitories in a huddle. Yes, I knocked on your door and then ran back into my room. A small titter rose up from all the sisters. Dearie me. Oh, silly. Eustace didn't want me to, but I did it anyway. I was mostly worried you wouldn't make it back without being caught. I'm faster than I look, or knocking something over. It was very funny, Darcy. You gave me quite a scare. I forced a smile as best I could, but inside I was screaming. Were the knock and the horrid apparition two separate events? How was that possible? It was hard to accept, although not half the one you gave us. We had arrived at the Misericorde door, still hanging open into the hall. Flora, shall we continue our game? I had you retreating, if memory serves. Actually, I think you might have accidentally knocked over the pieces in the confusion when we heard Hedwig scream. No, oopsie daisy. I think I've had more than enough entertainment for the night and shall retire to my dormitory. Likewise. Well, at the very least, no one needs to worry about snuffing all the torches out before bed. Everyone murmured in agreement. The group migrated back to the dorms. Everyone was yawning by now. A few people said their goodnights to each other before retreating into their rooms. I mimicked these pleasantries as best I could, but my mind was completely elsewhere. I wanted to grab someone, anyone by the shoulders and scream at them that it hadn't been a prank, that I had really seen a goat slaughtered in the hall, and that any missing evidence was obviously the work of some witchcraft. I had half a mind to stop Darcy going to sleep and ask her about what she had meant about the Abbey being haunted, or perhaps most importantly, tell her that her vision had perfectly predicted what had happened. I stood in front of my door, arguing with myself. My mind was racing, but I couldn't ask anyone else to keep pace with me now. Not only was it quite late now, but I had narrowly, miraculously perhaps, avoided being branded a lunatic thanks to a lucky gust of wind. I dropped onto the mattress. I stared at the ceiling for a few moments, trying to work my breathing back down to a regular pace. Trying to unwind the tight strings I could feel around the front of my mind. Rationally, I knew that I should sleep. Even after spending a significant amount of the day resting, I was dead tired. But how could I? What if they came back? What if they came here to... I really was tired. I was very, very tired. After what couldn't have been more than an hour, I awoke with a start and a yelp. After a moment, I realized I was sitting straight up in bed with my fists raised. Sleep may have taken me, however briefly, but I suppose I could at least take some comfort in the discovery that I would have been ready if any attacker had made their way into my room. Whatever good my skinny fist would do against a broadsword, at least. It was dead quiet. save for a light whipping of the wind and a few crows in the distant woods. My eyes adjusted to the darkness after a few moments. I steadied myself and then crept out of bed, sliding my nightgown over my head. I wasn't going to be able to sleep, not until I could be sure I was safe from whatever horrid creature had menaced me earlier. I placed an ear to the door, just to check if my little squeak upon waking up had alerted anyone. Silence. The stone walls between us were quite thick then. Carefully, I opened my door. Mercifully, it wasn't excessively creaky. While there was a little moonlight leaking in through the threshold to the landing, it was far too dark to go exploring without a light. I remembered Eustace and the others had been holding candles when they came to check on things earlier, so surely there must be. I hadn't spent much time in the dormitory's main room. Sure enough, there was a cricket holding a slightly droopy candlestick resting on the simple mantel above the fireplace. I held a hand in front of the iron hearth cover. I couldn't feel much warmth, but I had to try. The cover was quite heavy. I did my utmost to not make a sound as I pulled it out of the way, just enough to peer into the fireplace itself. Sure enough, a little gust of warmth billowed out. The fire had been banked with ash, just as I had done many times in my cell. Carefully, I stretched my hand into the fireplace to brush some of the gray dust off of the embers before touching the candlestick to it. Eventually, the wick took, and I had the little light all on my own. I nearly dropped the candle in surprise. A noise had come from one of the adjoining bedrooms. Terrified, I scrambled out of the dormitory as fast as I could, just as one of the doors swung open. I held a hand over the candlestick's flame in an attempt to hide the flickering light. I could hear hushed voices carrying out of the room into the hallway. Darce, Darce! What? Where did I put the candle? I dunno. Damn it. I've got one here. Hang on. Give it here then. Honestly, what are you like? Very talented and smart. Not what I was thinking at this particular moment. What's wrong? Nothing. A moment later, I could see orange light emanating through the threshold into the hallway. My breath was shallow and ragged as I tried to stay as quiet as possible, and I was still turned at an awkward angle to hide my own candlelight. Come on then. Yeah. Sorry, I thought I heard something. Maybe it's the ghost. Let's be careful with what we joke about. Who's joking? Eustace had no answer for this, and turned away from the landing, back into the dormitory. I heard a few footsteps, and finally a door closing. As stealthily as I could, I left my hiding place and scurried down the hall. As quietly as I could manage, I moved through the hallway to the spot where the apparition had emerged. I held for a moment as I passed through the Misericorde, straining to hear if anyone was behind the door. If there was, I couldn't hear them. I continued onward, my heart beginning to beat out of my chest. What was I doing? The way I saw things, I was in danger no matter where I was. That thing could either kill me in my sleep or catch me out in the halls. I was woefully unprepared in either scenario, and perhaps more importantly, I had a wicked sense of curiosity about the whole situation. I padded over to the spot I was sure I had seen the figure behind that poor creature. Just as before, no blood. The large door that had given us all a start was still closed, now merely wobbling gently in the lighter wind. Slowly but surely, I walked to the door, scanning the floor for any signs of blood. There was nothing. I reached the large wooden door itself. Presumably, presumably the swordsman would have had to have left through this doorway into the night to disappear after their hideous ritual. Curiosity got the better of me. With some trepidation, I slowly pushed open the door, hoping that squeaking would echo down the halls too loudly. I wedged it open just enough to slip through myself, but not again. The force of the door closing blew out my candle. Still rattled from the sudden sound, I retreated from the doorway. I stood in near pitch darkness once again, although this time I felt more irritated than terrified. Pale moonlight leaking through the main hallway was all I had left to navigate with. I held a hand against the wall and slowly walked back the way I came. The windows running along the hallway that looked down into the cloister finally came into view, so I at least had some inkling of where I was now. Heading away from the confounded door, I could see the path back to the hall that my old cell was located in. I stood for a moment, taking it in. I felt a supernatural pull to that old hallway. As I stepped closer, however, I could hear a strange whistling sound. I felt a chill run up my spine and decided that I would actually much prefer to be in bed after all. I headed back to the hallway to the dormitory, past the library and Misericorde. Out of the corner of my eye, however, I saw a black shape below the landing. There was someone in the cloister. I held my breath and watched as a figure paced around the grass. Their head was down, and I realized that they could not yet see me. They were looking away from the landing, although at what I could not determine. My heart pounding once more, I hid behind a pillar and poked my head around to watch. The figure stood still for a few moments more. A part of me I had never met bade me stay and observe, too curious to escape just yet. Just who, or what, was this monster? With a dramatic turn, they suddenly left the center of the cloister and disappeared into the shadows around the edge of the lawn. At first, I squinted to try and make out where they were going, until a far more intelligent part of me realized this creature could be heading up the stairs. I crept onwards as quickly and quietly as I could, back to the imaginary safety of my bed. It was far too strange out in the halls at night. I made it back inside my small room without a peep, and let out a deep relieved sigh. As well as feeling terrified, I felt a little embarrassed. My first investigative venture had ended without so much of a hint of a clue, but I was also terrified. I got onto the mattress once more, but I dared not shut my eyes. Instead, I sat facing the door and removed the candle from the cricket I held. The pitiful metal spike would have had to serve as my weapon if that ghoul came to my door. They did not appear. I sat like that all night, clinging steadfast to my weapon and going over everything in my head. Before I knew it, morning came. I dutifully leapt out of bed and dressed as quickly as I could. As I pinned my cowl together, I mused over the best way to face the day. No, days. Ahead. I furrowed my brow and concentrated as hard as I could. The mist that had been lingering in my mind since the superior snatched me out of my cell was evidently there to stay, and if I were to make any forward progress on the task at hand, I would simply have to deal with it. First of all, for the health of my own soul, I'd strive to attend all services and meals, no matter how terrified I was. However, I may have embarrassed myself on the day prior. It wouldn't do to give up on ingratiating myself to the others. And more to the point, now that I was no longer an ingress, this is how I would maintain my worship. I could not compromise on this any further than I had already. Mysterious demonic figures be damned. I would not let evil win. I had broken a sacred oath, but I would slip no further. This fear that I felt, the danger that I faced. So be it, I thought. Secondly, Angela was the only sister who didn't show up last night after I screamed. It was quite possible that she was fast asleep, or simply didn't care, but it was, at the very least, something I could follow up on for whenever the superior next asked if I had any leads. There was plenty else swirling around in my head, but it would have to wait. Hello? Just checking. I opened the door to see that Eustace had already turned to leave, apparently satisfied knowing I was up and about. Darcy saw me and gave a friendly wave before following her bespectacled friend. A few of the others were shuffling out of the dormitories and into the hallway behind her. They seemed to not have noticed me at all. In the chapel, I tried to find myself a spot in the pews that was neither too close or too far away from the others to be noticeable. What are you doing over here all by your lonesome? So much for that. I smiled weakly at her as she sidled in next to me. Service itself went well. I threw myself into the worship, but I had a lingering feeling of shame that I could not shake during prayer. Between breaking my oath and interrupting a service by vomiting all over the place, I was increasingly worried about my standing in the eyes of the Lord. I worried as hard as I prayed, perhaps harder if I am being entirely truthful. It was with some relief that the liturgy ended when it did. The worries had been winning out for most of the service. Breakfast consisted of a thin, warm oat pottage. It was interesting to watch the others eat. For the first time, I felt like I was seeing some of my fellow nuns less than completely put together. Little pieces of conversation floated around the table, but for the most part it was a quiet affair. There was nothing for it. Sister Angela. What is it, Sister Hedwig? What did you get up to last night? I slept. I tried to ignore the snorts and giggles that arose from the others. I turned bright red and returned to my meal. So much for that avenue of investigation. It's true, I'm sure. She sleeps like a log. Kathy rhymed and leaned over her plate and whispered to me in such a manner that ensured everyone could hear. Don't worry, Hedwig. You'll get her next time. When everyone had finished eating, the superior stood to address the table. Everyone shifted in their seats to look more alert. All except for Angela, who had already been sitting with her back perfectly straight throughout the entire meal. Hedwig, Eustace, if you would follow me. Angela, clear up if you would. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Abbess. Angela made a show of rising to her feet. Of course, Abbess. I could feel her staring daggers into my back as Eustace and I followed the superior outside. She led us inside, to the stairs to the second floor of the main building. Where are we going? To the library. Eustace is going to help you get started with your work. By yes, of course. I was a chronicler now, after all. I realized as we crossed the stairs that I didn't actually know what that meant. I have my own work to do, just so you know. I'm sure Hedwig will only need your assistance with the very basics. The library was a very odd room indeed. I had pictured it as a regimented hall with organized bookshelves lining the walls, perhaps with a long table in the middle for a shared reading space. In reality, it was certainly a room with bookshelves and a table, but it was as if someone had squashed the idea in my head to fit into the second floor room. The table was off kilter. The books were scattered across the shelves seemingly at random. It was. It was. It isn't much. It's wonderful. I could see Eustace raise an eyebrow under the corner of my eye. I suppose she had expected me to balk at the state of the room, but I was thrilled to be in the presence of so much scripture again. Not only that, but there was something about the disorganization that spoke to me. It certainly had the most charm of any of the rooms beyond my cell I had visited yet. You surprise me. Thank you for the vote of confidence. It is rather topsy-turvy in here. I have a system. Have I ever lost anything? I suppose I cannot argue with results. That's right. Anyway, this desk in the corner, this was Kathy Ryan's. You'll be sharing the space with Eustace often, I imagine. I see. I was led to a little desk in the corner closet to the hallway door. I had not realized it when we had walked in. The whole thing was obscured by a pile of books and folded up documents. It was almost like I had my own little room, with walls I could peer over. These large books are what you'll be writing in, and I will be writing the events of each day previous, as well as details of any important correspondence. We're right, of course, chronically. I tapped my forehead in an attempt to make a knowing gesture. Eustace will sort through any mail we receive and put anything important on your desk to be noted. Then you can pass the documents to her for filing. I have a system. Well, if you have any more questions, I'm sure Eustace will be happy to assist you. I must go and make my rounds with the other sisters before attending to my own work. Eustace and I gave bowing nods to the abbess as she left the room. As soon as the door was closed, Eustace shuffled over to her own desk on the opposite side of the room to mine, with his own piles of bric-a-brac ready to topple over at any minute. I drummed my fingers on the desk for a moment before reaching for one of the massive empty books the superior had indicated. I opened it up and marveled at the blank pages. For the first time in a while, I felt like I was back where I belonged. That is, until I picked up a quill. I soon realized that without scripture to transcribe, I was at a total loss confronted with white paper. What should I write, do you think? That's your job, not mine. Yes, well, it's all a bit new to me now that I think about it. I would have thought you would have given it quite a bit of thought before deciding to leave yourself. Well, I wanted to say that I hadn't decided that at all, but I couldn't. Be that as it may, it is a little different actually being here. What are you working on? Cataloging. What's that? It's something that's very difficult to do if someone is talking to you. I'm sorry. We sat in silence for a minute. I stared at the blank pages in front of me again for a moment, feeling a little stung. Come on, I'll show you. I had not as she stays walking over to my side of the room. She was looking over my wall approach with a no-nonsense expression on her face. I stood up, not wanting to irritate her any further. The library here houses a lot of scripture, obviously, but it also carries many other books and documents. For example, recipes, or songbooks. Over here we have a little chess section, a whole section for chess. Yes. I didn't intend for it. Things just weren't ended up that way. How's that? Well, I have a small budget for procuring requests, and some people here got really into chess. I see. Let's see. Some gardening books. Darcy reads those obviously. Some history books. Tarot. What on earth is tarot? You know, fortune telling. Fortune telling? Who on earth would meddle with that kind of thing here? You would be surprised. I grimaced. The more I discovered about this abbey, the more it felt like it was occupied by a horde of Sarabates. Eustace ran her fingers over the spines of some of the books, clearly looking for something. Here's some classical stuff, Greek plays and so on, and histories. That was all of Kathy Ryan's department, make no mistake. Actually, she gestured idly around us with one arm. Most of this place was. She read everything in here at least once, I would imagine. Wow, that's impressive. Well, I've read all of it twice or more, but yes, it is fairly impressive. What's in there? I pointed to a door off to one side of the room, nestled between messy shelves. That's the other half of my job. She produced a ring of keys and inserted one into the door, fiddling with it for a moment before unlocking it with a loud clunk. Inside was another storage room of sorts, only instead of books it was filled with boxes, chests, and what can only be described as a hoard of miscellanea. This is where we keep some of the Abbey's more notable possessions. We've got some relics. You have relics here? Steady on. Nothing particularly interesting. I'm actually not sure how many of them are real. It's a bit of a racket, relics. You wouldn't believe how many people claim they have the holy prepuce in a vault somewhere. The holy? It's best you don't ask. The point is, if you took every piece of the true cross on display around the world and put them together, it would be taller than the Tower of London. And that's just the Christly relics. With saints is even more ridiculous. It's my job to confirm the provenance of the relics we hold here, and I'm not holding my breath for any of them. Well, what else do you keep in here? There's this fellow, for starters. She tapped the breastplate of the suit of armor on display in the corner of the little room. My heart leapt into my throat. The glint of metal was all too familiar. What is that? I suppose you wouldn't know what it is, would you? No, no. I know a suit of armor when I see one. I was just curious if this one holds any particular significance. We've been holding it for safekeeping for the Receiver General of some well-to-do estate. What's a Receiver General? A well-paid bookkeeper. I hazarded another question that I hoped would sound casual. And you're the only one with a key to this room. What a responsibility. The Superior also has a key. She's got the keys for most things, I should think. That makes sense. In case one goes missing. Steady on. Maybe I have one in case hers goes missing. I glanced around at the piles of assorted bits and pieces scattered around the room. Of course. Anyway, that just about wraps up the tour, I think. Are you keeping the sword in here by any chance? I I not iced it was gone from the courtyard. It was there yesterday morning, and then gone after evening service. Eustace let out a ragged sigh and pinched the bridge of her nose. When she spoke, she had the unmistakable air of someone choosing her words very diplomatically. Yes, Hedwig, I am keeping Kathy Ryan's sword here. The Superior asked me to move it. I'm sorry. Let's go. We've both got work to do. She ushered me out of the little room back into the library. I strolled to my new desk, well aware I had overstepped some boundary. Eustace sat at her own desk and began sifting through pieces of parchment. Occasionally she would scribble something in a ledger. From the sound of it, she was taking some feelings out on the paper. I tapped my own quill against the empty book in front of me. I hadn't the foggiest idea what to write, but I needed to do something. I suppose the date was as good a place to start as any. Excuse me, but what is the date today? It's the 11th of November. Thank you. I wrote today's date, but I'm writing about yesterday, so cross it out. Right, okay. The 10th of November. On the 10th of November. Well, a lot happened, didn't it? I felt a flash of inspiration when I thought of all the things I could write about my life. What the Superior had forced me to do. How awkward I had felt being thrust into a double life. But I, of course, could not do that. I had to focus on the basics, which was harder than it sounded. How did Kathy Ryan like to write things? I do have my own work to do, Hedwig. I know I'm not sure how best to write things down. Eustace kept scribbling something in her ledger, not answering. Could I take a look at her old chronicles, perhaps? No, you can't. Well, why? Because I don't have them anymore. Where are they? Why are you so intent on pestering me about Kathy Ryan? I, I, I'd started sniffing. I couldn't help it. I bit my lip and tried to control myself, but it was too late. Eustace kept writing in her ledger. It was so quiet I could hear a tear hitting the parchment on the desk in front of me. I wasn't to trying to be a pest. Don't be so modest. You're quite good at it. I lurched out of my chair. The precarious pile of books on the desk wobbled, and I could hear glass shattering as I flounced away, sobbing uncontrollably. I fumbled my way deeper into the library. I didn't know where I was going. I just wanted to get away. Hedwig, Hedwig, come back. I could hear her calling after me, but I didn't listen. I ran into the rows of shelves, not paying any attention to where I was going. Even if I had been, it would have been hard to see. I was bawling by that point, with my eyes scrunched up and full of tears. I stumbled around blindly. A few books fell off their shelves as I brushed past. I found a corner in one of the aisles and fell to a crouch, curling into a little ball and burying my head between my knobbly knees. It was all coming out. The embarrassment, the shame, the anger, and the fear. I'm not sure if it was even Eustace's snippy comment that really did me in. Eustace was far less intimidating than a disappearing swordsman, but nevertheless, here I was. It really was quite dark back here. I couldn't tell how far I had gotten into the bookshelves. The library had no windows. All light emanated from a single chandelier above the desks and table. I tried to dry my face with my robe. It didn't do much, considering I was still crying. I felt quite pathetic. For a little while, I bumped around in the dark, hoping to just stay out of Eustace's earshot. It wasn't long until I staggered into one of the shelves, though, sending books cascading onto my head like hail. I yelped in surprise. Hedwig! I looked up to see Eustace standing above me. She looked quite worried. I'm really sorry, Hedwig. Will you come back to your desk? I. Eustace crouched down next to me and took my hands in hers. She squeezed them gently. I shouldn't have been so rude to you just then. It's not your fault. I. You just. It's okay. I understand. Let's go and talk about it at our desks, yeah? No. No, you don't understand. No one does. No one can. You're inquisitive because you've never been outside your cell before. It's really not your fault. I'm having a hard time with losing Kathy Ryan. I don't know how to handle questions about her. It's not just that. What else is there? I looked up at Eustace's face. It was hard in the dark. I could make out a weary attempt at a reassuring smile flickering on her lips. Nothing. Nothing that would do to say now, I suppose. I'm all over the place. Just in total. Eustace's smile grew, but she looked altogether sadder. She reached out to adjust my messy cowl, then stood up, guiding me back to a standing position with her hand. Come on, up you go. Let's go back, yeah? I nodded, still stiffening. I really am sorry. I was being quite cruel. It's all right. Don't keep apologizing. You sound just like Mimi. I laughed feebly at my own joke. I just wanted to show that there weren't any hard feelings, even if it was far too early to really know that. Eustace patted me on the shoulder and sat me down in my chair, then adjusted some of the wobbly books back into a slightly less precarious position. That sword killed her, you know? That's why I was a bit touchy. Yes, the superior told me as much. I was just curious because why was the sword left out there? In the cloister, I mean. It seemed so dangerous to leave that sort of thing around, especially when it had just been used to. I can see why you would find it strange, but I think there's a good object lesson for you here. You're not wrong, but it's a little odd to leave a sword lying around. but that's because you're an outsider. Listen. Eustace's voice had returned to its usual monotone register once we had gotten back to the desks, and she had reached out sharply to tilt my chin up without a shred of the tenderness she had used against the bookshelves. Inside and outside aren't value judgments. We're all outsiders to someone. I dare say we would both feel out of place in Persia. I see. You're saying I don't know the customs. Something like that. It might be something even harder to define than customs. History, perhaps. I didn't expect to feel this alone. We're all Catholic, after all. I think one of the first things you'll pick up on is how little that matters. I I think I'm already there, halfway at least. I'm sure you had a very specific idea of what life was like for us when you were in your cell as being challenged by reality. Yes, yes, that's a good way to put it. Yet you're completely correct. Everyone here is Catholic. We're all old mates. And yet, after only one full day, I've heard cursing, filthy jokes, and downright meanness from the mouths of my sisters. I flushed a little, not to drag our fight out. I do accept your apology. That's all right. You're not wrong, but that also doesn't make anyone here less Catholic. Well, it certainly seems like not many people here are holding to the letter. That doesn't matter, doesn't it? No, I don't think it does. The church encompasses the world so wholly, it's very hard to not be part of it, to some degree. I'm not sure I understand. Do you like Monet? I, truth told, I have never held any Monet. Bad example then. No, no. Try to explain. You at least understand the concept of Monet, right? Of course. Do you think Monet is fair? I think Monet certainly creates an opportunity for unfairness. So in that sense, I think I would say it's quite a bad thing. Wow, okay. That's further than I was expecting you to go, actually. Well, that certainly happens a lot in the Bible. In fact, Eustace held up her hands and chuckled softly. No need to quote Ecclesiastes to me. I understand how you got there. I was going to quote Matthew, actually. 1924? No, no, 624. Actually, that's a great way to illustrate my point. Nemo potest duobus domus servire aut enim unum odio habebit ad altero diligit aut unum subscribit et alterum continent non potestis Dio servire et memone. Ye be not able to serve God and riches. Mammon. Mammon is riches. I, yes, I suppose, a demon of riches. You think Mammon is a being. You don't think it's a metaphor. What's the difference? Good answer, actually. Anyway, we both agree then that you cannot worship Monet and God. Of course. But we are nuns. We tend to the poor, theoretically at least. Would it be wrong for the poor to covet Monet? Covet, I think, is a strong word, but they are poor. Poor exists because rich exists because poor exists. They're opposite ends of a spectrum that governs their day-to-day lives. How could a poor person not covet Monet? Food, clothes, shelter. things provided by lords who have a lot of money, which is provided to them by kings who have even more money. So, you're saying that everyone worships riches. Nobody is truly Catholic. No, no. I'm saying that Monet is as essential as air to people who want to live in this world. And when Monet is scarce, the church provides for them. We provide for them by extension. You know Monet is evil. You understand the inequality Monet inherently causes, and the ways in which the Bible describes this. Yet if you were to leave tomorrow, if you struck out on your own to live a life in London, or what have you, how would you without Monet? Who would ever provide for you but the church? I'm afraid I don't quite understand. The church is air. If nobody over here was Catholic, none of them could breathe. I I didn't really know what to make of this. Eustace had certainly practiced this expression of her worldview, but I didn't fully understand what she was talking about. Partially because I was still slightly dazed and overly emotional, but more because it sounded very convenient. This was a very dim view of the church and faith. Does that make sense? I understand what you're trying to say, at least. Well, I'm glad I did it some justice, at least. Kathy Ryan's version was a lot clearer. That was something Kathy Ryan said, paraphrased, but more or less. Kathy Ryan would talk about 3 times longer than I could on the subject. Most subjects, to tell you the truth. I tend to ramble. I will have to think about all this. That is a most interesting opinion for an Abbey's chronicler to hold. Eustace had turned to walk back to her own desk. Like I've already told you, Kathy Ryan was a very interesting person. I should have liked to have met her. She sat back down at her desk and began working in her ledger again. The same old Eustace had fully returned. It's a shame her chronicles are gone then. I could learn a lot from them, it sounds like. I picked up my quill and began writing. This conversation has certainly been illuminating, inspiring even, although not in the sense that I wanted to write like Kathy Ryan. To tell you the truth, I couldn't believe Eustace was relaying whatever Kathy Ryan's opinion had been barely. It certainly did nothing to shake the idea that I was in the midst of a group of Sarabites rather than Benedictines. So I felt that, for now, I should chronicle things in as uplifting and holy a manner as I could. I would log the daily activities, liturgies, mealtimes, and so on, and I would highlight the godly deeds I witnessed throughout the day. I reasoned that this would be healthier than listening to the decidedly ungodly things I noticed. I would search for the positive, as it were. Are there any letters I need to transcribe in here today? Not today, no. Does much mail come through here? Loads. Who for? Eustace peered at me over her glasses witheringly. Most everyone, I should think. There isn't much else to do here. Who writes the most? You're being nosy. I'm just curious. You never know who has a gift for writing. It's Kathy Ryan, if I had to guess. Kathy Ryan what? She's very popular. Really then, how interested. I suppose there's no accounting for taste.
Stream elements.
A thought
Said.
crossed my mind.
Stay moist, my friends.
Are you
Hydrate.
sure there's nothing I could help with? Are there any letters that Kathy Rye, Kathy Rye II was supposed to sort? I could take a look. If there were, there are not. Really. I've already taken care of any unopened mail in Kathy Rye's possession. I see. In that case, I think I might be finished. Eustace rose from her chair and walked over to mine. She leaned over my shoulder. Holding her spectacles against the bridge of her nose, she read aloud. 10th November of the year of our Lord, 1482. The hours were observed morning and evening liturgies. Luncheon was held in the rectory, as was supper. We actually had breakfast as well, but I suppose you weren't there for that. Breakfast before liturgy. Sometimes. Vacant position of dearly beloved monitor fulfilled. Rest in peace. That's nice. By myself. A kindness was visited upon me by Sister Moira. What was that? Well, she prayed with me in the bathhouse when I was feeling lost. Well, if it mattered to you, is that all you're writing? For, for now, I think. I'll probably go a little longer as I find my footing. Fair enough. Kathy Ryan would fill a whole page. That much I can tell you. A full page for each day. Yes, sometimes more. We don't have to do it that way, of course, but you were asking about what her writing was like. No, no, that's very helpful. Well, what now? I have work to do still. You can do as you please. I think I might walk around and check in on some of the others. Maybe I could fill up pages hearing what others are accomplishing. Not a bad idea. I stood up to leave. Before I could step away, however, Eustace gripped me by the shoulders. She looked into my eyes with a gaze even more serious than the one she had used in the garden. I need you to promise me something, Hedwig. Yes. Never go wandering around back there on your own. Can you do that for me? Back into the bookshelves, not without me. I don't understand. She squeezed my shoulders even tighter. You can borrow anything you want from the library, of course, but I can't have you going back there without my assistance. Or better yet, just ask me to get what you need for you. My organization system is precarious. Does that make sense? Not really. Some books here are very, very important and very, very valuable. I'm sworn to protect them, and my organization system is, well, precarious, as you have seen. It would be a weight off my mind if I didn't have to worry about anyone else rummaging around back there. Of course, I shan't touch anything. Thank you. Let me assure you, as the door closed behind me, I felt a flare of embarrassment. I was just treated like a total fool, I thought. I had half a mind to turn back around and tell Eustace to stop her sentimental stories about Kathy Ryan and show me the sword under lock and key. I didn't, of course, and thank goodness for that, honestly. No, no, I won't explain what I mean just yet. Let me tell you something about that conicular position. It might have taken a fair bit, but it did teach me a thing or two about spinning a good story. Anyway, the cool air of the hallway hit my face hard after being in the stuffy library for so long. I could feel the damp patches around my eyes and cheeks where my tears had been drying. I wiped my face with my sleeve to try and erase any lingering elements. Fancy running into you here. Moira was standing just down the hall, carrying a tray adorned with a small pitcher and some sliced fry. I was just on my way to bring you and Eustace some nuncheon. Nuncheon. Of course, you wouldn't have had that before. It's just a snack between meals. Is that a vow? A vow? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? I looked side to side nervously. For what, I'm not really sure. A disapproving superior, or worse, Angela. Moira chuckled again and sat the tray down on the stone railing overlooking the cloister, and then gestured for me to join her. The little pitcher was full of wine, and there were pieces of crumbly cheese mixed in with the slices of bread. You can dip the bread in the wine, if you would like. Dip the... All right. I picked up a piece of bread and dunked it into the pitcher. The wine turned it quite an odd color that reminded me a bit of bile on flagstone, but I resisted lingering on it too long and popped it into my mouth. That's quite nice actually. It's called sops. Everyone here loves it, more or less. And the cheese? Goat cheese, from one of the ones Darcy takes care of. I tried a piece. It was also delicious. This might be a silly question. All this food, is it different from what I was served? I took all my meals to myself, but I don't remember any of it tasting like this. Well, good. Well, we do a lot of cooking with ingredients in the stores and the pantry. We have to make things last. Maybe you just got unlucky most of the time. Things don't always taste this fresh. Or maybe, well, oh, nothing. I was just thinking that maybe it tastes so much better because you're not in your cell anymore. I don't understand. Moira took a piece of cheese and chewed it thoughtfully. A new lease on life and all that. Nothing tastes better than freedom. My first instinct was to chide Moira for this comment, but I resisted. Instead, I chose to act the part and say something I imagined someone who belonged to this group of women might say. I I would imagine Kathy Ryan disagrees that we're free up here, and I suppose by that logic, eating outside the monastery would taste even better. I was actually going to say that the king's food must taste impossibly good. I was on my way to that conclusion as well, although I think we might have been approaching it from different angles. But I like the way you think. We should plan a picnic sometime. You and me. We should propose it to the superior. That's a lovely idea. Moira clasped my hands in hers and beamed. Oh, what fun it always is to have someone new here. She let me go and lifted up the tray again. I must be getting the rest of this to you, Stace. Where are you off to next, Busy Bee? I am not sure, actually. I felt like I should sort of make the rounds, so to speak. Get to know what everyone does around here. Grand. Darcy and Charity are busy in the kitchens right now, I think. But I'm sure they wouldn't mind you poking your head in. I'm sure someone's in the cellars around now if you want to learn about the wine. So many options. Go forth and explore, I say. Explore I shall. I smiled and bowed my head, and then excused myself to head downstairs. I selfishly opted against bothering the cooks while they were busy with something I would be eating later, and instead headed to the stairs. I made my way down to the cloister and through the downstairs hall. I decided that I might poke my head into the undercroft. Well, look who it is. Hello, Hedwig. Hello. Done with chronicling already? Yes, actually, I... Well, there wasn't much to write about yesterday, really, wasn't there? Did you make sure to immortalize your grand prank? No. Really now, I'm surprised. I would have thought that was the whole point. Yes, how else will anyone know it happened? Well, I mostly wrote about the important things. The services, the meals, and so on. Those are the important things. Give yourself a little credit, Hedwig. I'll add it in tomorrow, perhaps. You should. Otherwise, we'll all forget about it eventually. Or pretend we forgot about it. That's right. And more, one must keep score, or so Adela keeps telling me. War. Relax. We are definitely not planning a counterattack to your door, Frank. Yes, we've just been discussing faith and whatnot. The Nicene Creed and its many subtleties. How interesting. Which ones? Which subtleties? PBOQ. That's. I suppose I wouldn't count that as a subtlety. That would be my contribution. Why not? I couldn't agree more, Hedwig. I have a habit of understating things. For effect, you understand. Naturally. The pair smiled at me, and I could sense they were politely ushering me onward so they could continue whatever conversation they had actually been having. I decided to press a little further, however. What have you two been up to today? I decided I would see what the other work around here is like, since I finished so early. Well, there isn't exactly much almanac to do up on this hill, so I've been helping out in the cellars. What have you been doing? Kathy Ryan and Margaret exchanged a glance. This, more or less. Not to sound like our dear friend Eustace, but that's a euphemism. Well, not entirely. If something needs lifting, they'll shout. They being Marta and Flora. Typically, yes. But more often than not around here, helping in the cellars really just means, well, nothing. Standing around, gossiping, wandering around the cloister for a bit. And the superior doesn't mind this. Now, steady on. We wouldn't be telling you this if we thought you would blabber on to her about it. I won't. I was just worried you might get in trouble. It's never really been much of an issue. Soup can't be everywhere. And us keep it that way. Of course. Lovely. I knew you could be trusted. I've always said I had a good feeling about her. Haven't I, Kathy Ryan? That's right. She has. I couldn't help but be filled with a gush of pride at this remark, but did my utmost to tamp it down. Well then, I'll just leave you to do your important work, shall I? Until next time. See you at luncheon, Hedwig. I parted with a gracious smile and walked to the corridor of barrels I had found Adela and Flora in the day before. Marta was standing next to an open cask. She was holding a wooden ladle, looking thoughtful. Hedwig, finished upstairs already? Yes, I am. I thought it would be nice to get to know everyone's jobs a little better. Smart girl. Flora could learn a thing or two from you. I heard that. Flora's voice echoed from deep within those barrels. Good. I have her check inventory sometimes, especially if she's been acting up. I see. The barrel opened in front of Marta smelled absolutely putrid. Nonetheless, she dipped her ladle into the dark liquid and raised it to her lips, sipping gently and furrowing her brow thoughtfully. Is it supposed to smell like that? Truth be told, I haven't a clue. This is a slightly different kind of wine than I'm used to. I must confess I did not know there were different kinds. It's sherry. Adela pestered me to try making it the moment she arrived at the abbey. Goodness, she must be very particular. She has expensive taste, yes. We had to get a fancy new distiller set up in the workshop just to try making it. The Abbey could afford that. I was just talking to Eustace about her acquisition budget. I try not to think about Monet most of the time, to tell you the truth, but I've heard the Superior has access to more than you would expect. I suppose I wouldn't really know what to expect. Isn't that wrong, though? If it is true, it would certainly mean this Abbey is stuck in a uniquely unfortunate position of having a lot of charity to give and no one to give it to. I would urge you to quell any Cistercian tendencies. I'm not sure the church could withstand another order fracturing. Marta took another whiff of the unfinished wine in her spoon. She wrinkled her nose and emptied the spoon back into the barrel. Anyhow, there is little use in speculating on speculations. We have a distiller, and all I need to worry about is making sure my sherry isn't a disaster. Would you be a dear and find Adela? I need her to tell me if I'm on the right track with this. Of course, where would she be this time of day? She does this and that, so I haven't a clue to tell you the truth. I'm just too old to be given the run around. I understand. I'll find her. I bowed my head and left the way I had come. It turned out I didn't have to go very far. After jogging back up the stairs to the cloister, I decided to check the gardens, where I found Adela and Darcy tending to a row of vegetables. Hedwig. Hello. Hiya. Hello. Marta actually asked me to find you, Adela. Is she meddling with the sherry again? She is going to ruin it, I swear. Be careful. Ego autem dico vobis, non jurare omnino neque per cala. Sherry is very important and delicate. For sherry, I will swear. Fair enough. Goodbye, my friends. I will speak to you again once I have lobbed some sense into Sister Marta. I, with words, Hedwig, do not worry. The old word wallop. That is correct. I would never hit anyone, although oversharing. No, that's not funny. It is a little funny, because really, I would not. And that's what makes it funny to say you would. I get it. I suppose we have very different senses of humor. Adele gave a little approving nod to Darcy, and then turned to leave. Would you mind helping me finish what she was helping me with? Of course. What can I do? Pick the rest of these carrots with me and put them in the box. She pointed at a wooden crate half filled with plump, reddish vegetables. All right then. Do I just... You gotta push them down and yank them out like this. Darcy flopped to her knees and gripped a clump of green stems that were poking up out of the soil. She pointed at a little purple mound poking up out of the dirt. Watch this. She pressed the carrot into the earth and then pulled it out of the ground with remarkable ease, then tossed it several yards into the crate. It's easy. You try. I knelt down gingerly in the soil, a little apprehensive about getting my frock dirty. I rummaged around in the nearest patch of greens and traced my fingers down a stem until I uncovered the top of the carrot. Then pressed. Nothing happened. Pressed harder. I gave it my all. The resistance finally broke after a few difficult seconds, and I nearly fell face first into the carrot patch. There you go. Now pull it out. I regained my composure and removed the carrot from the earth quite easily. Why does that work? We're breaking off some of the little roots holding in place. That's miraculous. I never would have guessed. It just works. Plants are wonderful. Thank God for plants. She continued harvesting carrots, and I followed suit. There's certainly a lot here. We need as much food as we can get before winter starts, and carrots are good in everything. I hadn't thought about that. What else do you grow for winter? Peas, sprouts, cress, parsnips. Goodness. Leeks, celery, beans, beets, and you take care of all of it. With help, but yes, I do. Remarkable. That's very admirable. I like to help, and when people help me help, well, that's a very good feeling indeed. I picked up the pace a little, slightly more confident about my carrot pulling abilities all of a sudden. And you tend to the Andy Mouse as well. Yes, you certainly got a lot of responsibilities. There actually are not that many Andy Mouse. I think even just a few ducks might be too much for me to handle. The ducks are friendly, so that helps. Other than that, we just have sheep, and that's a shared responsibility. Really? With who? A man from the village spends some time up here in a little house and helps with the sheep. I didn't know there were others living up on the hill with us. On this hill, just him and he is a bit of a walk from us. It was strange having a more in-depth conversation with Darcy. Her odd manner of speaking, I must confess, had belied the thoughtfulness with which she listened and responded. Her words came thick and slow like a trickle, and sometimes it felt like any emotions they carried were delayed. Nonetheless, it was clear that she was lucid and intelligent, just as much, if not more so, than anyone else I'd spent time with so far at the convent. So I picked my next questions carefully. It was a rare privilege to see you in the process of having a vision yesterday. Right. Yes. Was it now? Yes. That's a beautiful and powerful thing. I wish I could remember them. Eustace writes them down for you, doesn't she? Yes, but that's not the same. I do appreciate her doing that, but I wish I could keep track of them myself. You don't remember them at all after. Not at all. You know, the one you had yesterday was rather prophetic. Really? Yes. I mean, fire, goat. It was perfectly accurate. I predicted your prank, Darcy. Would you believe me if I told you that wasn't a practical joke I came up with? That I really saw a monster of some sort and a goat? Probably not, but go on. I promise you I did. Well, you know me. I do think this place is haunted, but I'm not sure I've seen anything like that. It's a little haunted here, but not goat sacrifice haunted, so that would be strange. I suppose a practical joke is more plausible, but if it wasn't your prank, whose could it have been? Well, that's just the thing. I don't know. An idea came to me in a flash. Do you think I could read Eustace's full journal about yesterday's visions? Perhaps there had been some other clue written down in there that I had missed. Something that could help me determine what had really happened. Or at the very least, comfort me with the knowledge that I was not truly being pursued by ghosts or devils. No, no, you would have to ask her. Really, it's your vision. It's Eustace's writing. Fair enough. There was a long pause. That was the end of that matter, evidently. So does the Abbey keep any goats? No goats, just sheep and ducks. I was... I was just curious, honestly. I was under the impression that goats were common pictures at abbeys. The same books that led me to assume that the abbey I lived in would follow some sort of structural plan had also painted a rather specific picture of their inhabitants. Not having any ghosts to tend to was at least not as egregious as condescending the hours, but it did complicate my understanding of what I had seen a night prior. Then again, I suppose Darcy would have noticed if a goat had gone missing. Would you like to meet one? Meet a goat? Yes, I can probably arrange that if you want to see a goat. They are very sweet and funny. I Last time I saw a goat, it chewed on my sleeve and took a big hole out of it, and I had to get Moira to sew it back up. And then I had one sleeve with slightly less fabric than the other sleeve, so it looked funny. That does sound very fun, but no, I was actually curious because if I had seen a goat, where would it have come from? An impish grin crept over Darcy's face as she loaded carrots onto the crate. I don't think I know where this is going. You've been having me on a bit, haven't you? We're working on a new practical joke. No, no. See, I knew you had to be joking when you said you saw a goat, because there are no goats here, so you couldn't have seen one. But if you want to really get your hands on one for a new prank, Sister Hedwig, I whipped around to see Angela looming over the vegetable patch, looking as icy as ever. Yes, Sister Angela, you were meant to be working in the library today. Instead, I've been looking all over for you. Yes, I finished my work early. I'm sure you must have done a superlative job. The superior wishes to speak to you before luncheon. I could taste the poison in those words, and I almost enjoyed it. Almost. I'm sure she wants to know how my first day of real work went. I was just helping Darcy with the car rides, and then I'll be on my way. I am to take you to her now. I stood up, brushing my hands off on my robe. I think I know my way to her office, if you would like to exchange places. No, I don't think so. I was given a job to do. Yes, I was too. You're taking orders from Darcy now. It wasn't really an order. It's all right, Hedwig. I can take it from here. Wonderful. Let us be going then. I tossed Darcy an apologetic glance that I hope she caught as I followed Angela away from the garden. We walked in silence to the superior's office. Angela's presence usually made me feel weak, but something about helping Darcy had given me a small boost of confidence. I spent the walk imagining several witty, inviting things I could say to Angela if she happened to speak. She didn't, of course, not until we arrived at the superior's door. Well, have a productive meeting. She made a show of turning on her heel and marching away briskly. I thought of a few more clever things I could have said before clearing my mind as best I could and knocked on the door. After yesterday's argument with the superior, I had resolved to be as polite and demure as possible. I would speak to the superior with the respect her station demanded, and I would save any pithiness for an imagined sister Angela. The door swung open and the superior ushered me inside. We exchanged basic pleasantries before diving right into the heart of the matter. How was your first day of working in the library? It was more tumult to us than I expected, your reverence. Really now, I wouldn't have expected you Stace to be a particularly difficult person for you to work with. I suppose I have a lot to live up to. Everyone's expectations make me nervous. I sympathize. Try not to let it bother you, however. The most important expectations here are mine. Yes, your reverence. Try not to be nervous. You are performing admirably for me so far. Of course, your reverence. There's no need to overcorrect for your insolent outburst yesterday. Speak to me as you would anyone else. Yes, yes. I bowed my head a little. Truth be told, I was getting increasingly frustrated with how arbitrary every little application of tradition around here was. I was being admonished for speaking properly now, after I had been so rude. Honestly. Anyway, we are going to take a little walk. Right now? Yes, it's time you met the accused. Won't it be fairly obvious that we're gone? Everyone else will be finishing their morning work or preparing luncheon. Outside of creeping away to the hospitalum in the dead of night, there's no time like the present for us to leave unannounced. I see. The idea did not thrill me. Then again, speaking with James had been my idea in the first place, so I had little room to object. Does anyone else know? Of course not. She opened the door and held it out for me. In the best circumstances at this point in time, the Abbe felt strange and alien to me. Knowing that we were attempting to slip out without anyone noticing, however, made the place feel actively hostile. I jumped at every mid-morning shadow and held my breath passing every blind corner, even though the superior walked ahead of me. The building seemed to be more disrepaired the further from the cloister we got. The wall protecting this side of the Abbaye was downright shabby. Bricks lay in the grass, and moss was bursting out of the mortar. Is the hospitalum not part of the Abbaye? It was built much further away than is useful, I must say. Are you all right? You're a bit pale. It had just struck me that I was about to leave the confines of the Abbaye, hardly a day after being ripped from my cell. Compared to my organized existence in that small room, the corridors and cloister already felt like a whole new world. Stepping beyond those walls felt like a whole new level of transgression. I'm all right. If nothing else, it was quite beautiful out there. From here I could see that a thick fog encircled the tor the abbey was built upon, almost as if it were nestled in the eye of a great storm. Down the steep hill I could just barely make out the nearest village. The little buildings were situated on the edge of a lake so large that it disappeared into the mist. We're so far from the village. It's rather strange. Truthfully, what isn't strange around here? True, but even the architecture is not what I would have expected. I had not iced actually that the Abbey's buildings don't quite line up with St. Gall's plan, or the Romanesque plan. Our Abbey was built in somewhat curious circumstances. I am told. I would believe it. It was evidently not laid out by a master architect. Do you have any idea why? Because it would have cost a great deal more money to build it properly, I suspect. Monet is no object when it comes to houses of worship, surely. That is, sadly, not how it works. Often it falls to a generous benefactor to fund a new community. The great halls of Kirkstall, for example, were paid for by a lord. Bungay Priory was paid for by a countess. Benbarrow Tor, well, I would like to know to tell you the truth. You don't know who actually funded this place. No, I am not the first abbess, and hopefully not the last. The history of our community has not been particularly well recorded. I hope you can improve that once we are free of this foul mystery. I turned to look at the monastery from a distance. Even from far away, I could see that it was fairly dilapidated, oddly situated, and altogether somewhat crooked. How old is it? I'm afraid I don't know that either. Monasteries serve many purposes: playhouses, centers of learning and study, beacons of spiritual guidance for local communities. Benbarrow is none of these. I would quite like to see it become one day. Another reason why our mission is of the utmost importance. This place is falling apart, Sister Hedwig. I understand. The superior nodded, and we continued walking to the hospitalum. The hospitalum was an odd little building. It looked like a piece of the chapel that had been broken off and placed in the middle of a field, with nothing but a beaten path indicating that it was meant to be part of any larger community. I was somewhat relieved that it was not readily visible until we had crested a small hillock during our walk. We did not go in through the front door. Instead, the superior bade me follow her around to the back of the building, to a smaller door. I could see a hole where the wall of the building met the ground as we walked past. This really was a haphazardly constructed place. Watch the stairs. They are quite steep. She produced the same key ring that haunted me so when I heard it in my cell, and it was impossible not to gasp as the door swung open and I saw what lay inside. A stone staircase led down into what looked like a cellar, only there were iron bars splitting the room in half. I jumped as a figure scurried out of the dark corner of this horrible room. He looked panicked, slightly younger than I to be sure. His clothes were rumpled, and his hair was messy. There was a putrid stench lingering in the room that I did not want to guess the source of. He might have had a boyish charm under better circumstances, but imprisonment had clearly taken its toll. I was struck with a rush of pity when our eyes met. He rushed forward, throwing himself against the bars and gripping them with bloodied fingers. He pressed his face between them to bring us as close together as he possibly could. Thank God, Step back, boy, if only a little. I couldn't bend these bars. Believe me, I've tried. Nevertheless, his eyes darted between the superior's and my own a few times before he relented. He took a step back and breathed deeply. He really was a pathetic sight to behold. This is Sister Hedwig. She would like to ask you some questions. Questions? What bloody questions could you possibly ask? Did you kill Sister Kathy Rye? No, I didn't kill no one. He paused for a moment, looking me up and down, and then turned to the superior. That's it. You've held me here for how long? Had me wait in this shithole while you promised to get me help. And you bring me another nun to ask the same goddamn questions I've answered over and over. Have you no shame? I am sorry. If you were, I wouldn't be locked up in here. Hedwig, I will wait outside. Conduct your questioning with some haste so we can be back in time for luncheon. What do you want? You're sure you did not kill her? You promise. What good is my word? You've already decided. You have no evidence, but neither do I. Well, it would matter to me. The mouth that lies kills the soul, as it is written. Ay, that they do. Are you a God-fearing man? As much as anyone around here is. Then would you promise me you did not kill Cathay Lee? It doesn't matter what I promise. I could promise me. The stable boy recoiled in shock. I was surprised myself. I had stamped my foot down so hard it had kicked up dust from the filthy cellar floor, and it lingered in the air for a while as the young man and I stared at each other. I promise you, I swear to you, I've never killed nobody, least of all some poor woman. I believe you. Fantastic. And where does that leave us? I have more questions. Of course. Of course you do. Why were you here that night? I made I made the mail and supply delivery sometimes for the village at night. Not usually, no. I had forgotten something. A letter. I saw it lying in the dirt when I got to the bottom of the hill, and came back first thing next morning to deliver it. What was in the letter? How should I know? I'm no murderer, and I'm not a thief neither. Of course, that was a silly question. From where I'm standing, all of your questions are worth just the same. I want to get you out of here. I want to help you. You lot keep saying that, but if you wanted to help, you could just open that door and set me free. Let me go home. I don't have the key. Then you could call your bloody superior down and have her do it. I can't. She wouldn't. Then how can you help me? This isn't fair. This isn't right. Isn't this a convent? Why do you witches even have a dungeon? He raised an honest point. For extreme situations like this, I suppose. Will I ever see a judge, or do you lot still do the ordeals around here? I don't know. That lot of good your help is to me, then. I want to prove your innocence. Who to? To everyone. Your superior says she believes me as well, If you believe me, that's well and good, but clearly something else is keeping you here. Who am I meant to answer to instead of a jury? I'll tell you what I think. I don't think you believe me at all, you or her. I think you're keeping me calm before you put me down like a lame horse. So superior, mother superior. The door swung open after a moment. Are you finished? No, I have a question for you, actually. Very well. Why? Why can't we just let him go? I would have thought that was obvious. Justice must be done one way or another, lest we risk open revolt from the other sisters. They want blood, one way or another. So what happens next if you don't prove my innocence? The bishop will decide. The bishop? Yes, he has been informed of the general situation. When he makes his usual visit at the end of the month to deliver the sacraments, he will deal with it, along with any other busyness. So no matter what, somebody is going to be handed over to him. Yes, and I want him to be the right person. I will wait outside once more for you two to finish up. Do hurry. This is hopeless. You're no constable. Please, help me to do my best. Tell me the whole story of the morning you were caught. Don't overlook any details. I... Very well. I arrived late with that missing letter, and I realized that the sister I normally hand them off to wasn't where I would normally find her. Where is that? The library. She did a lot of writing, so far as I know. Did you check anywhere else? Well, I didn't want to overstay my welcome, especially at night. I wouldn't dare poke my head into the dorms, but she wasn't, and the misery was it neither. Who did you end up giving the letter to? I don't know everyone's names. I don't know your name, even. It's Hedwig, Sister Hedwig. James, poor man. I wish I could say it was a pleasure. James offered me a grim, humorless smile. I was looking for someone else to give it to for a bit. I don't know the place very well, and you couldn't have just, I don't know, left it on a table somewhere and gone home. Well, that's just it. See, I couldn't. A job halfway done is worse than not done at all, my old man always said. That's very astute. Allow me a little dignity. Thank you kindly, ma'am. I was looking around for someone to ask for help when someone grabbed me and said they had caught me. I know you don't know anyone's names, but who? Can you describe her? Well, she was stern, I suppose. Beaky, if you'll excuse me saying. Angela, yes. Yes, I think I remember one of the others calling her that. It's all quite a blur after that, if I'm being honest. I was scared out of my wits as soon as she nabbed me. What about the blood on your tunic? Blood? What blood? Your tunic was bloodied. That was one of the first things I was told. I left my tunic in the cart. I was only here to deliver a letter. Explain. I hadn't worn my tunic since the day prior. I swear to you, I wasn't wearing no tunic when Angela grabbed me by the ear. We stared at each other in silence for a moment. I wanted to believe him, but that required believing that there was a much deeper conspiracy at work than I could have imagined. We were both so still that I could hear the wood above us creaking and bending. It was almost as if the building itself was breathing. Finally, the silence was broken by the door atop the stairs opening. Are you satisfied? We should go back soon. We cannot miss luncheon. Have you seen it? Have you seen my tunic? What's he talking about? His tunic, the one covered in blood. He says he wasn't wearing it the morning he was found. Impossible. I saw the thing myself. It's ghastly. I swear I wasn't wearing it. It's true, damn you. Someone is lying. I have seen it. It is indeed bloody, and I can have Tuesdays pull it out of storage to show you. However, I'm being betrayed, set up. Anyone could have gone to my cart and taken it. You were only there for a short while, no? Did you pass anyone on your way from the cart to the library? I... No, I didn't. Then it's just your word against a bloody tunic. I must say, it's not very convincing. You said you believed me, and I do, but I am not the one who needs convincing. Unfortunately, you are. I hear those keys jingling. Just let me go. You'll never hear from me again. I'll run away, find another job somewhere. You will do no such thing. Curse both of you, then. Some help you are. Is Is there anyone you know here who you think might have had it out for you? I just can't imagine anyone doing such a horrible thing. I... No. 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 Well, that will have to do for now. I hope you learned something useful, Hedwig, for all our sakes. Wait, wait! There is one more thing that may help my cause. Someone can vouch for my not wearing the tunic that morning. Who? Sister Kathy Ryan. The other one. I thought you didn't pass anyone on the way in. She was in the library when I went up there to find Kathy Ryan. The other Kathy Ryan. God rest her. Well, it is certainly not much, but it might be a start. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Has word been sent back down to the
Stream
village
elements.
about why I'm
Said.
gone?
Stay moist, my
Yes,
friends, hydrate.
that's good, I suppose. And have you had any word back? I have not. Shame that. He looked utterly defeated, so much so that I could not bear looking at him any longer. A small part of me wanted to wrench the keys from Mother Superior's hand and free the wretch myself. Ma'am, you had me promise you I was telling the truth, and I did. Will you promise to find whoever did this to me? I can't promise that. I can't promise what I don't know is possible. Do you promise to try? Please. Yes, I promise I will do my utmost. We bowed to the poor young man and headed back up the precarious staircase to the outside world. I dared not turn around to see his expression as we left. I could not bear it. The superior and I didn't speak on the walk back to the Abbaye. I was torn between feeling curious about the wide world I had stepped into and worrying that someone in the stone buildings ahead of us was watching. I half expected an arrow to come sailing over the wall and strike me dead in the chest. However, almost as soon as this gory image crossed my mind, the fog between us and the monastery thickened. I found this comforting, as if I was, perhaps, being watched over by God on my righteous quest. How very silly of me! The thought carried me for a little while, though. Luncheon is going to be late today. I see. What happened? Well, a cat happened, I think. After a brisk walk through the grounds, the superior and I had approached the rectory. According to her, we had made perfect time. However, the rectory hall was empty when we arrived. Now Darcy was explaining to an increasingly bewildered superior that Lynborough had yet another mystery within its walls. A cat. I was roasting a duck when I heard some rustling, and then some pots fell over behind me. Oh dear. It could have been a ghost, and I was wondering if it was a ghost at first, but then I heard it meowing, so it was probably a cat. That is, a relief at least. Could be both. Anyway, while I was picking up the pots, I think it tried to eat the duck because I heard it yowling and then it ran out the door. Poor thing, probably singed its whiskers. It's a disgusting little creature, and I won't have it bringing the plague in here. I am not taking any chances. I'm making a new lunch. That's why it'll be late. Good. Is someone looking for the vermin? Eustace. Godspeed to her. Is everyone else informed of the delay? Nearly everyone was milling about outside the rectory ready for lunch, so I had to disappoint them. I think Adela and Morta are still in the cellars. And I suppose Moira was on her way to bell duty. Well, it seems like everything is in order. I look forward to the meal. She nodded at Darcy, who didn't seem to be paying her any attention, and then ducked out of the kitchen. Yes, soup, everything is in order. That's why someone died. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. You are all right, my friend. I just wish you wouldn't pretend nothing is hanging all over all of us at the moment. I understand. Well, what can you do? Some people are just detached from it all. I. Do you need any help cooking? I have it in order, but thank you for the offer. You were already a big help with the carrots this morning. I gave Darcy a little bow and stepped out of the kitchen. I heard the bell, but there's no food. There was an incident in the kitchen, so things are going to be late today. No, I know, but the bell just rang, so. Hello, you two. Ready for lunch? No, actually, it's going to be late today, apparently. No, and I already rang the. Yes. Whoopsie daisy. I've been so busy today. Me, too. Really? What have you been up to? I. Well, after service this morning, I felt tired, so I took a nap. Oh no. Were you up again last night? What do you mean, again? Come now. I know you. Don't listen to her. She's crazy. Moira laughed and pulled Flora into a one-arm hug, which Flora seemed to appreciate very little. Given that we had both seen Flora emerge from the Misericorde last night, it seemed that Moira was entirely correct, although I was determined not to take sides. Have either of you seen a cat? Supposedly that's the villain responsible for the lunch delay. A cat? Would we even need one? I've never seen a mouse here. Darcy said one got into the kitchen and was knocking things around. Got too close to the fire. Poor little creature. It's just a cat. Do you like cats, Hedwig? I... Well, I don't know, really. I imagine they're quite sweet. Of course, silly me always forgetting. You've never seen a cat. I suppose she wouldn't have had one in herself. Right. Well, they're a bit creepy, I think. I wouldn't know. The devil plays with the sinner like the cat with a mouse, after all. Come to think of it, are there any cats in the Bible? Only one, actually. Mentioned offhand in the letter of Jeremiah as part of Barak. Goodness, you really are a scholar. Hold on. What about Mayans? What about them? Never mind. I... Oh. I flushed red. It was deeply embarrassing to be bested this way, and especially by Flora. I wasn't even sure she had actually read the Bible. Well, it just goes to show all of us have places we could brush up on in our understanding of Scripture. Indeed. Huh? I smiled weakly at the pair of them and took my leave. I was feeling quite sprained after the morning's stressful events, and I wasn't sure how much more social interaction I could handle before eating. I was angrier than I should have been about Flora's observation about lions. Angry at her or myself, I wasn't quite sure. Either way, I certainly did not feel up to the task of playing Inquisitor with Kathy Rye. I decided to go for a stroll around the pass between the rectory and the garden. I had been surprised by Darcy's shocking outburst, relatively at least. As soon as the superior had been out of earshot, but I was now finding myself agreeing with her. In total, the events of the past 2 days, day and a half really, had been unlike anything I could possibly imagine while whittling away the hours in my cell. Do you find it mad too? I had seen a ghost or devil in front of my very eyes the night before, yet here I was, wandering around the Abbey grounds, overwhelmed by the prospect of talking to any more human beings for a little while. The others had not believed me when I told them about the monstrous apparition, and it was that doubt, I think, that might have kept me from unraveling completely. At that moment, the most terrifying prospect in front of me was sharing a meal in a room with someone who, potentially, had stolen a man's tunic to cover up a vicious murder. But then, surely all that paled in comparison to what I had seen the night prior. An impossible creature threatening me with its blade before disappearing without a trace. If I held either of these scenarios in my head for too long, the grim tangibility of Sister Kathleen's murder, or the possibility that I had seen some kind of devil with my own eyes, I felt faint. No, I felt worse than faint. I felt like St. Vincent in the rack, having to choose exactly which end of myself I preferred to have heard, one thought at a time. Are you writing any of this down, by the way? Not that I would mind if you did. She might not approve, though. I hear she holds quite fast to her rules, despite all appearances. Anyway, while wandering, I found myself at the door to the chapel. I felt compelled to enter. What better place to collect myself? If anything could ease my mind at this point, it would be a moment's prayer. With some difficulty, I swung open the heavy door. I strolled through the dial, taking a moment to gaze up at the high ceiling. To feel at peace for just a moment. We have got to stop meeting like this. Sorry, it can be a little shadowy in here. That's quite all right. I am just learning that I am easily startled since leaving my cell. Nobody could blame you for that. How are you adjusting today? Did you start writing? I did, as a matter of fact. Lovely. Eustace wasn't too hard on you? No, Liar. That's good. I'm sure you'll end up lacking horns eventually. So be ready. Really. Eustace seems so quiet generally. She is, but it's very easy to rile her up, especially if you disagree with her about something. She and Kathy Ryan used to bicker a lot. I take it endlessly, especially about Pawnee Clean. Margaret extended a hand to the pew nearest us. Care to sit? Of course. We sat down together. Margaret gazed at the pulpit briefly before continuing. Eustace is very intelligent, and Kathy Ryan was too, and intelligent people sometimes enjoy having a go at each other for sport. It's how they show affection. What on earth could Kathy Ryan write that would irritate Eustace so much? I didn't read much of her Pawnee claim, to tell the truth. I don't think anyone here does. The job is really about writing something down for people to argue about years later. I suppose if we're living here, reading a book about it would be very interesting. Kathy Ryan had the same thought. She wrote about all kinds of things. I am meant to do that as well, I think. The letters, yes, those were her sticking point. I think you're meant to just copy them word for word to mark time, but Kathy Ryan would go quite deep on some of them. There was one instance, a couple of years ago. Yes, actually, no. I thought of a better one. Have you ever heard of Reims Cathedral? No, actually. It's a very big cathedral in France. One of the biggest, in fact. It's quite grand. Anyway, it was damaged in a great fire, and Kathy Ryan was meant to write that down. Instead, she demanded to write a letter to the municipality over the smallest detail. There was a note in the letter about how the King of France had granted the city an octroi, and that funds for the repairs were coming from a tax on salt. I... What? That was more or less what everyone else said. Kathy Ryan was furious, though. What on earth for? Well, certainly, I think none of us would have not. But she had a point. France taxes salt very heavily, and Kathy Ryan thought it was highly unfair that the building was going to be repaired with money she said was being stolen from the poor. I must admit this is completely beyond my understanding. Everyone needs salt, and everyone in France is taxed on it equally. It's how you make food survive the winter, for one thing, but it's an incredibly useful and valuable thing. I dread to think how much we spend on salt here, to tell you the truth, but mercifully, we don't have to pay quite the same way the French do. It just seems like a pretty thing to pick at. The building needed repairing. Yes, but Kathy Ryan was beside herself for days. I remember her stalking around the halls muttering to herself in very poor French. Où diable vos flèches? Où diable vos flèches? Which was meant to be damn your spires or some such. Eustace forbid her to write any letter to the diocese on the subject. She was going to tell the diocese, damn your spires. Margaret threw her bed back and laughed, freely enjoying a fond memory. The diocese? No, no, she was demanding to send a letter to the king. My goodness. Kathy Wright sulked for days after Eustace told her off for that one. All over a building. It isn't about the building. It's about the very soul of the church. It's what Kathy Ryan would tell you. She really found it distasteful that repairs would be built at the expense of the people's basic needs, and wanted to make that known to anyone she could with a say in the matter. It wasn't the only time she got herself worked up over a building, either. She'd heard about the last remaining ruins of the lighthouse of Alexander being paved over to build a way fort, and she spent a whole week badgering Adela, asking if she knew enough Arabic to help her write a letter of complaint to the Sultan. I can understand her position, just it seems so fruitless. It sounds rather cruel to put it that way, but Margaret grinned and shifted in her seat to face me. That's the essence of most of the arguments Catherine got into around here. You're not wrong, but and so on. It sounds quite exhausting. I suddenly felt my stomach drop. Then not to speak any ill of her, I mean. Margaret laughed again. You're fine. People said far worse of her while she lived, and Jawa once accused her of writing her own 12 conclusions. I find it rather touching that she can still put people in awkward positions like this. Her influence reaches beyond the grave. Beyond the grave. Do you believe in ghosts? Spirits? That's quite a question. I apologize if it's a touchy strange to ask, just we're not the first person who has mentioned feeling Kathy Hyde's presence lingering to me, or wished they allowed for it. It's not a problem. But I should warn you that if this is an extension of your practical joke, the others are going to find bringing Kathy Ryan into the proceedings very distasteful. Would you believe me if I insisted that there was no prank? I would be curious to know what other explanation you could give. If you really saw what you claimed to see, why are you still here? Why didn't you start running and stop only when you reached the next village over? I'm still mulling over the idea of running, to tell you the truth. But I don't think I could. That's interesting. Believe it or not, that makes me slightly more inclined to accept your story. Really, very slightly. I have no explanation for what I saw, only that I saw it, a real monster menacing me with a wicked blade. It sounds absolutely chilling. The thing is, if I ran, where would I go? 2 days ago, I hadn't been outside my little room. I feel like if I left, you would be experiencing the same confusion 10 times over. Yes, yes, that's a good way to put it. The devil, I understand the feeling, but you don't believe I actually saw anything. You don't accept the existence of ghosts at all, evil spirits and the like. I was practically begging for reassurance at this point. I wouldn't say that. I saw something once in the cellar late at night. A little devil with bulbous eyes and malformed teeth. In the cellars. But don't you sneak down there to raid the pantry some nights? Well, as I said, the devil, and sometimes I get quite hungry. You're pulling my leg, aren't you? Now, why would I do something like that? We sat in silence for a moment. Finally, Margaret stood up and stretched her arms above her head. I think that's enough of that seat for now. Luncheon will still be a bit, correct? Let's go for a walk, you and me. I certainly. She walked briskly out of the chapel. I was too slow to help her with the large wooden doors, but she managed quite well enough on her own. She ushered me past and then took a step ahead as the door closed. Margaret wanted to lead me somewhere, and I could not guess where. To tell you the truth, I have always had mixed opinions about the existence of ghosts. I've seen so many things that end up being tricks of the light, figures in the fog, that sort of thing. For years, the knocking and scraping in the walls here kept me up at night. But these buildings are very old and not particularly well built. That's the sort of thing I like to try and compose myself with as well. But it's a bit different when you're all alone at night, isn't it? Yes. So you do believe me? Perhaps I do, perhaps I don't. But either way, there's something I would like to show you. We were walking up the stairs to the second floor. Hold on. We're going to need a candle for this. She jogged into the dormitories, and after a moment, emerged with a lit candle on a cricket. Come with me. She took me down the hall to the intersection where I had seen the sword-wielding spectre. There's no blood or anything here, We already looked. We're going a bit further than that. My heart jumped into my throat. Are we going down the hall to my cell? Just about. We walked together quietly for just a little while. This hall always made me feel uncomfortable. For a moment I felt affronted that Margaret would even dare talk about this hall might make her feel in my presence. But I suppressed the urge to chastise her. Nonetheless, walking down this hallway felt more precarious than my first encounter with the stairs. I take it you didn't come to the hagioscope very often then. Not for your advice, I'm afraid. We arrived at my cell. Margaret handed me the candle and began rapping her knuckles against the stone wall. Eventually, she found whatever she was looking for. She inserted her fingers between two of the old stones and pulled. To my shock, the wall swung open to reveal a passageway wide enough, just about, for one person. What? There's passageways all over this place. That isn't what I wanted to show you, though. Follow me. She took the candle back and entered the narrow tunnel. I followed her nervously. Most abbeys have passages like this because there needs to be some space between the walls. See? It's an architectural thing. I think it helps the air as well. That's what my father used to say. Anyway, so this passageway isn't in and of itself particularly interesting. However, we kept walking until we finally came to a corner. Here we are. She took a few steps around the bend and beckoned me to join her. Like I was saying before, I've always been non-committal about things like luck and ghosts and curses and so on. But this always bothered me. There have been too many things happening lately for me to discount it entirely. Parts of the Abbey falling down, Kathy Ryan's death, and now your ghost. By this, you mean come closer. She held the candle out in front of her to better illuminate what she was referring to. I try not to take this passage anymore, because this makes me nervous. I gasped when I realized what she was looking at. One of the bricks lining the passageway had a detestable shape etched into it. I did not know what it was, but it filled me with enough dread just to look at that I knew it was wrong. Evil. My stomach churned as I remembered the superior's words to me about the providence of the Abbey. Was the construction of this place really so mysterious? How could something like this have been allowed to make it to the very walls of the building? The work of some possessed builder, no doubt. A house of God, built with no oversight and ill intent. I speak of it eloquently now, of course. However, in the moment, all I could do, all that I could muster, was something far less considered. Oh my God. Margaret grinned wickedly. Steady on. What was it you told me about cursing? I didn't speak a word the whole walk back to the chapel. I was deeply disturbed. I didn't know what that horrible symbol meant, and I didn't want to. One look at it was enough to tell me that something dark was at work within the walls, something I did not want to meddle with under any circumstances. We arrived at the chapel doors, and Margaret turned to me. Cheer up. It's a bit grim, but I've lived with it for ages. I try not to muck about with the unknown, and it doesn't muck about with me much, anyway. All that being said, I think I might take credit for the prank if I were you. Even if it wasn't you, why would I do a thing like that? I don't know. It just seems like something you would want people to think you were capable of. You've got to keep people guessing. Yeah, you've got to make a name for yourself. I I think I'll stick to being the chroniqueur. Right, yes. I forgot to mention it, but I'm sure you'll do great work at all that. You ask good questions. It might annoy you, Stace, but I think that's critical for the job. I'm afraid most of my words since leaving the cell have been questions, and I'm afraid I don't have quite the same verve that Kathy Ryan seems to have had. There's no need to worry about it. Don't write like that, Kathy Ryan. Write like Hedwig. I bowed my head, attempting to hide my flushed cheeks. My starved pride had allowed the sliver of a compliment to rush to my head. I didn't feel too chuffed for long, though, because the chapel bell had just begun to ring just above us, scaring me out of my wits. I must have jumped several feet into the air out of shock. Margaret was grinning ear to ear when I came back down to earth. I clutched my chest instinctively, doubled over, and tried to regain my composure. Sorry, the superior told me to run and ring the bell for luncheon. I didn't see you two there. I could hear her voice calling out to us from above, like some apologetic angel. Margaret called up in response, apparently unfazed. That's all right. How on earth did we miss you? I came in through the back door. The superior never rocks it. Yeah, I really am so sorry, Hedwig. I didn't mean to give you such a scare. That's quite all right, Moira. Luncheon passed without much incident. Now that I was no longer expected to sit through extended introductions of myself and others, I could enjoy my food in relative peace. Darcy's cooking was excellent and much appreciated, although I was beginning to realize that the emotional reservoir that eating refilled was shrinking with each passing meal. Part of this, perhaps, was the worried anticipation that someone might casually mention seeing the superior and I walking back from the hospitalum earlier. The amount of secrets I was responsible for already felt unsustainable, but the idea of those secrets coming to light was even worse. I participated in the conversation around the table superficially, just enough to avoid being asked if something was wrong. I was unsure I would be able to lie and say no. The Bible, of course, has plenty to say about lying. Bearing false witness breaks a commandment. Although in my time locked in a cell I had read many musings from scholars smarter than I, about whether or not that meant all untruths, or if the commandment was speaking strictly about matters of court. I've told you my views on loose interpretation, but the Bible is inerrant. There is no getting around the fact that the midwives lying to the Pharaoh's men saved many lives for example. Still, it was difficult to feel like I was acting as selflessly as they did. I felt closer to Augustine than Cassian. After luncheon, we all filed out of the rectory to return to our duties. Eustace made a beeline to the stairs up to the library, and even though we had made up after this morning's spat, I felt inclined to keep away from her a bit longer. Kathy Ryan slipped out of the rectory before I could ask her about James's story. I must admit, I was relieved to once again have an excuse to avoid that conversation. I was more interested in the symbol Margaret had shown me, which I feared indicated something far more sinister than I or the Superior were prepared for. Margaret seemed wholly unperturbed throughout her meal. How? I could not understand it. Just thinking about the twisted shape made me sweat. It had been so close to my cell. How had I never felt it? Had it woven some dark spell on me and I just hadn't noticed? Was it responsible for who I was? The mistakes I continued to make, the concessions I made without verbal complaint to fit in with these women, the lack of a fight I had put up with to the Superior as she broke the seal on my cell. Was that thing responsible? These thoughts ran rings in my head until I too felt as if I had been sprinting in circles for too long. I did my best to shut them out, and decided instead to wander down to the cell R's, somewhat hopeful that it would keep me out of sight for the afternoon. After all, the cool air of the cell R's would perhaps help clear my head. Hedwig, would you be so kind as to settle an argument between myself and Marta? I had chosen poorly. Argument. Try this. Is it supposed to smell like that? Not you too. It does smell absolutely rank. Adela. Adele was holding a sleeping label over an open cask, waving it between our faces with a great deal of indignation. As I told you yesterday, Sister Marta, it smells like this temporarily. It gives the wine its flavor, and you can already taste it in this barrel. Go on. Must I? Better you than I. I'm afraid I might keel over if I inhaled too much more of this miasma. With trepidation, I took the ladle from Adela's hand and held it up to my lips. The half-finished wine smelled truly foul, enough to make me cough. However, Adela was staring at me with such determination that I was ever so slightly more afraid of her than of Wit. Closing my eyes, I braved a taste. It was actually not that bad. It was nowhere near as disgusting as the smell. However, it was clearly not meant for drinking yet, and whatever sweetness I could detect on my tongue was soon covered up by a watery and weak fruit flavor, which was all soon replaced by the overpowering stench of the label and barrel. It, it's coming together. Unbelievable. See, even the half-fermented, the power of sherry holds is undeniable. How long will it take to come into its own? It takes several years to properly ferment. This batch is quite young, and only started when I first arrived. I have been dragging Sister Marta into the future. Thank God this isn't the only wine I have to work with. You have help, Surely you're not rotating all the casts throughout the whole era yourself. Of course not. What's the soul era? All of these barrels, they have to move. You bottle some of the oldest wine from the bottom flask, and then refill with some of the youngest, and then rotate that back to the top. It keeps the quality consistent, and it means that some of the oldest batches in every bottle. She took a moment to spoon the ladle into the liquid and tried to sip herself. She smacked her lips and looked thoughtful. That sounds arduous. Too right. Helps to have some unruly younger sisters around to threaten with manual labor. I am always happy to help you with winemaking. Believe me, I know you are. So, does Darcy grow grapes too? No, I use some fruit from the garden to flavor the other wines, but the grapes are from the village. The slope of the tour is good for vineyards, but it gets too cold up here around the abbey proper. They only recently finished the last harvest and brought it to us. Hence, the Sol Era. There certainly is an awful lot of work to do around here, it sounds like. Thank you for saying so. Some people don't appreciate just how complicated our work can be. Speaking of, I should really tend to my next task. Sister Hedwig, would you walk with me? I bowed my head to Marta, who responded in kind even though she was preoccupied with sealing up the test task. Adela walked me back through the rows of wine barrels and up the stairs, striding with purpose. I struggled to keep up as she crested the staircase into the halls around the cloister. Sister Hedwig, how are you finding Linborough Tor Abbey? It... well, I'm not used to it yet, obviously. Yes, it is obvious. I hope you do not mind me saying. Not at all. I am also new here, and I can tell that you're suffering in the same ways I suffer. Oh, was I? Was I suffering in the same way as Adele? I nearly blurted that out, but managed to restrain myself. You are anxious. You are confused. You are eager to please everyone you meet. I was the same way for a while, but you must not be afraid to stand your ground when you feel you must. I don't know what you mean. You are doing it right now, Sister Hedwig. You know exactly what I mean, because I am describing you as you are acting for me as we speak. What is this about, Adela? Have I offended you? Only my sense of justice. I want what is best for you, Sister Hedwig. I want to see you thrive. Do not retreat into your shell like Sister Flora does. She has an excuse. She is not yet 20. But you are nearing 30, are you not? Tell me, Sister Hedwig, was the sherry really so bad? It was quite disgusting. Of course it was. Sister Marta is going to ruin all of it before it is due. But surely it couldn't be anything but foul midway through the aging process. I'm no expert, but I thought wine took time. It would taste strange no matter what, but the taste I had after you, it was all wrong. I have worked on many wines, and I've learned how to taste how wine is going to taste. And that sherry is not coming together as you described. It was more of a guess. It was a lie. A polite one, but untrue all the same. I'm sorry, but shouldn't you be telling Marta, not me? Oh, I will be marching back to Marta in just a moment. Believe me, Sister Hedwig, I want to help you as well. Never be afraid to speak your mind. The others will respect that much more than an implicit acquiescence. I find that hard to believe. See, you are already catching on. No, I am not practicing. I just don't understand. I don't want to fight everyone. Who said anything about fighting? I'm not saying you should be contrary. I am saying you should not pretend to be someone you are not. Be Hedwig. You are not the first person to tell me this today, believe it or not. All the more reason to take me seriously. Please. I have been in your position before. I have felt lost and overlooked, but I became much happier when I stopped trying to please everyone. I had no way to explain to Adela that, beyond being thrust into an entirely new world of social interaction, I was also trying my best to ingratiate myself to everyone for a reason. Butting heads with Sister Angela was more than enough comfort for me, and given that I was here to unmask a murderer, I felt that drawing too much attention to myself was unwise. Being the newcomer had surely made me visible enough without tempting fate, but there was more to it than that. Quite simply, I had no idea who Hedwig was. Anyway, I have other business to attend to, and then I will be giving Sister Marta a piece of my mind. And then by supper we will be friends again. This is how things work. You must be strong. I will try. See that you do. I am on your side, Sister Hedwig. Adele gave me a surprisingly firm pat on the shoulder and left. I stood in the corner we had been conversing in for a short while. I found Adele's penchant for romantic language somewhat charming up until now, but I did not appreciate these treacly platitudes. I was bouncing between embarrassment and fury. I needed a moment to myself. It was not yet even close to supper time. The days here, it seemed, would be excruciatingly long until I settled into a routine. As I calmed down, I thought about where I should go next. I had already bothered you Stacy enough for one day. I didn't want Darcy to get sick of me, and I had just left the cellars. Moreover, I hadn't a clue where anyone would be at this time of day. Margaret, Kathy Ryan, Moira, anyone, really. I yearned for the comfort of myself. At least there my task had been clear as crystal. Around this time, I would usually be settling into copying out some Bible pages after reflecting on some scripture. It was almost automatic. Perhaps I would while away weekly illuminating a page in gold leaf. With a start, I remembered the last page I had transcribed before leaving the cell. The book I had thrown out of the window. Surely it would be weathered by the elements by now. I felt a strong urge to go and reclaim the half-finished tome. If nothing else, it would be a comforting reminder of the last time I had had a clear sense of purpose. It wasn't a terribly long walk to the side of the building my old cell window had faced. There were no paths on that side of the building, however. The terrain was uneven and the grass quite tall. It was strange seeing the buildings from this side, and the courtyards and cloister. Everything looked flat and mathematical, but here the earth rose and fell like waves around the stone. There was an immense forest not far from the Abbaye on this end, and my heart leapt into my throat as I remembered the mysterious figure I had seen standing not far from where I was searching now. I recognized my window high up on the wall. There actually weren't many openings on this side of the building. Most of the glass windows faced inward, to the cloister. The book was not here. A chill ran up my back. I had seen it the morning after my tantrum, clear as day. Was I truly going mad? Had I hallucinated a book before the ghost and goat? I scanned the tall grass around me. Maybe it had slid down the hill or bounced in a fashion I had not realized. Perhaps I was simply looking in the wrong spot. Try as I might, I could not find it, unless it had been swallowed by the earth. The book had been moved. Who in their right mind would want a half-finished Bible, soaked by rain and tainted with my own bile no less? Then my foot slipped. I rolled down the hill with a yelp. I tumbled several times, legs over head, end over end. Don't laugh. It was quite terrifying. What if I had broken a bone or fallen into some inescapable hole? I came to rest against a small tree. I scrambled to my feet, using the trunk for leverage.
Stream elements.
I spat a little
Said.
grass out of my mouth
Stay moist, my
and groaned
friends,
as I
hydrate.
realized my habit was covered in dirt and grass stains. What a mess! It was then that I saw something highly curious. A piece of fabric was dangling from a branch on the tree I was leaning against. It was a small strip of black cloth. I carefully detached it from the sharp bit of branch it was snagged on. That would mean the figure I had seen that night outside my window was real. I felt some small amount of relief that I was at the very least not completely mad. But then I doubled back. Could a ghost or demon not take a corporeal form? The monster I had seen the night before had certainly been solid. Neither of these ideas were particularly comforting. What's more, I certainly wouldn't make any headway on this mystery stranded out here. I stuffed the screw into my white stocking and began to hike myself back up the hill to the abbey. I had not fallen that far afield, but it was still quite a steep trek. I decided I would walk around the other way from whence I had come, just to complete my impromptu tour of the outside of the abbey. It was actually a little more even and flat the further I ventured around this side, which was a relief. I was able to stick close to the wall. I didn't feel like falling down any more rocks that afternoon. Hello. I jumped. I had noticed a little square window low on the outside wall of the building, through which I could just barely make out Darcy's face. Goodness, you startled me. Hello, Darcy. What you doing out there? Oh, I felt like going for a walk. I hadn't seen the Abbey from this side just yet. Interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Yes, just a whim, I suppose. It's giving me a sense of place, though. Did you fall over? I, yes, I did. Oh no. Be nice. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be cruel, it's just that we've all done it. We've all fallen down the side of the hill. It happens to me all the time when I go hunting for mushrooms and so on. I see. I bet it looked rather funny when you fell, though. Did you roll? Yes. Good. That's how you stay safe. Really now? Yes, if you go stiff, you'll break something. Flora did that once. Oh no. It was fine. She's young. Her bones are supposed to break. Good for the constitution. Well, I'm not sure if they're supposed to, but better to break something young so it can heal. That's right. Well, what are you up to? What room are you in? Oh, this is just a funny little window in one of the halls. Oh, I suppose I'm close to the cloister on this end. That's right, and above the croft. Fascinating. Buildings are strange. Anyway, I was just on my way back from picking some bitter vetch for the stores. Should I be worried about our stockpiles? Not at all, but it never hurts to have it around just in case. That's wise. Well, I should be getting on. I should quite like to be back within the walls. Absolutely. She smiled lightly and then disappeared from the window. The rest of the walk back was uneventful. When I finally made it around to the cloister, I let out a weary sigh. My clothes had only just been washed, and I had already made a mess of them, and the tumble down the hill had left me feeling a little queasy and out of sorts. Hedwig, I. Oh, Kathy Ryan. Hello. You look like you fell asleep in a field. Are you all right? Oh, yes, I just took a little fall. Well, at least it was stay on something grassy and not the stairs. Don't be cruel. I stomped my foot and puffed up at Kathy Ryan, who looked bewildered. Excuse me? Would it be funny if I fell down some stairs? Would it be amusing if I broke my neck because I haven't used stairs as often as you? Hedwig, you're being a touch dramatic. Oh, am I? Am I being? I gulped a little bit of black bile once more. I felt dizzy. Hedwig, Hedwig. She reached out to stop me from collapsing. Oh dear, overstimulated again today. I gurgled something unintelligible in response. Kathy Ryan hoisted me to my feet and began to lead me to the stairs. Her nose wrinkled. We need to get Moira to take a look at you again, I think. That doesn't seem normal. It was perfectly normal for me. As I half-heartedly walked with Catherine up the stairs, she declined to crack a joke this time. I reasoned that my propensity for spilling black bile all over the place was just my punishment for breaking a lifelong promise to God. It didn't matter how noble the cause the Superior had thrust upon me was. I had been an anchoress, and now I wasn't. This is just how it's going to be, I'm afraid. What? The vomiting? This is what I was talking about. You're acting hysterical. I broke a sacred vow. We had arrived at the dorms. Catherine plopped me into the bed, but didn't let me go. Instead, she squeezed my face with her hand and bent down to peer at me. I'm no doctor, but you look ill. Just like she had done when we first met, she licked her thumb and rubbed it roughly against my face. And dirty, honestly. I hiccuped again, and a little more bile oozed out of my mouth onto my hood. Stay put. I'm getting Moira. She let me fall onto the pillow and left in a hurry. I groaned loudly, feeling more frustrated than unwell at this point. I closed my eyes, just for a moment. Hedwig, Moira, and Kathy Ryan were looming over me, looking concerned. Moira, oh dear, still feeling a bit off, are we? She was acting very out of it, sorts, and then coughed. All that up again. Hedwig, it's a small or less bile than you expelled yesterday. I, less, I think. That would make sense to me. She's fine, Catherine. She's only adjusting. It's not, you know. Moira let out a gentle chuckle. It's not the Black Death, Catherine. Unless you've got some buboes you haven't told us about, Hedwig. Buboes. Moira reached beneath my arms and rummaged around. It was so sudden that I wasn't able to react. I was even more taken aback when she moved her hands between my legs and squeezed my inner thighs without warning. No thing. Catherine, you really mustn't worry. She's just not used to the air outside her cell. Bodies react strangely to changes in their environment. It's highly normal. This was humiliating. I felt like livestock being inspected for ticks. She was very weak, not to mention, well, a little out of sorts. Her attitude was very strange. Kathy Ryan. I think sometimes you may just have that effect on people. Kathy Ryan looked affronted, but Moira simply took her by the shoulder and led her to the door. She just needs a little rest again. I'll bring you some more of Darcy's milk later, Hedwig, and if you pile your clothes up, I can see to it that they get washed. I grunted in appreciation. Moira gave me a little smile and ushered Kathy Ryan out of the dormitory. I shut my eyes, but unlike the last time I had expelled all this goo, I wasn't particularly tired. I felt humiliated, stretched thin, and emotionally exhausted, but not tired. I, my mind was running in circles. In fact, I opened my eyes once more. If I really was to rest in my room for the afternoon, I should make something of my time. I scrambled out of bed to strip down as Moira had requested, but bundling my habit up into a ball and leaving it near the door. The shred of cloth I had recovered from outside was still in my stocking. I hid it under my pillow for safekeeping. I got down on all fours to reach under the bed. Perhaps now was the perfect time to read that play Kathy Ryan had left for me. Have you ever read Medea? I did not make it through the whole play in that one sitting, I will admit. I found the whole thing intriguing, although extremely confusing. I feared that I simply didn't have the room in my head for some of the knowledge so required to enjoy it fully. These pagan gods and foreign ideals, they confused me. I assumed that there was a point to all of it that Catherine might have been able to teach me, but without her guidance I felt lost. To be frank, the section I read was perfectly ghastly to my understanding. A jilted wife plots to kill her husband's new lover, and the new lover's father along with her. I suppose they didn't have biblical scripture to turn to in those days, so it was an interesting window into a world before the Word. However, when the heroine's thoughts wandered to murdering her own children in kind to prove the cause as much pain as she possibly could, I closed the book. It was too horrible to think about. I'm not sure what I had expected, but in my memory, Kathy Ryan had been excited to share this with me, suggesting that I would appreciate its contents. What on earth could she have thought of me to assume that I would have enjoyed this, of all tales? I I wasn't angry, I suppose. It was just a story, after all. I just had no clue what to make of it. Really, it hurt most that Kathy Ryan wasn't around to explain what she had been thinking when she planned to give me this. I'm sure she would have had a good answer. I did eventually doze off after reading a bit of the play. It wasn't for long, however. Moira soon arrived to take my Monday away and provided me with some more mints. Since I didn't really feel like walking around the abbey in my nightgown in the middle of the day, I was stuck in my dormitory. This would usually suit me just fine, although with nothing but a play I'd had my fill of to read, I soon became restless. Luckily, I eventually had a knock on the door. "Are you awake, dearie?" "Yes, please come in. Moira told me that you were still feeling a little under the weather, so I brought you some sage water." "How lovely. Thank you." Charity set a pitcher and mug down on my small reading desk and sat down in the little chair. She poured a generous amount of the drink into the mug and handed it to me, which I accepted gratefully. "This is very soothing. I've always sworn by it myself. Drink it once a night. Would be dead without it, I reckon." "But really, maybe, maybe not. But I wouldn't take the chance and stop now. Would you?" "No, I suppose not." Darcy isn't half clever with plants. Could well be that she's discovered a way to grow sage that'll make us last forever. Well, when we're all over 100 years old, we'll know who to thank, won't we?" Charity chuckled and wagged a finger at me. "Careful now. I might not be as far off from that age as I look." "You wouldn't look a day over 30, Sister Charity." I couldn't help but feel jovial around Charity. We had barely spoken, but there was an aura of kindness and warmth around her that I could sense immediately. "Watch it, cheeky. Has Flora been putting you up to flattery like that?" "No, actually. Flora. Flora and I haven't spoken all that much yet, I'm afraid. She doesn't speak much at all to anyone, until suddenly she won't shut it. Comes with her youth, I suppose. What were you like at her age?" "Much the same as I am now, I believe. I was in that cell the entire time." "Of course, stupid me. Well, you're remarkably well behaved for someone who hasn't spent any time around people. That much I can tell. Aside from all the fainting and puking. Who hasn't fainted and puked around here? We got everyone good last night with that little prank. I'm surprised Kathy Ryan didn't keel over. We're a fragile bunch. Nobody here will judge you for that. And if they do, well, let her who hasn't passed out in the Misericorde cast the first stone." I had been meaning to ask, what actually happens in there? You know what a Misericorde is, yes? In theory, I know the rules of St. Benedict are less stringently adhered to in there. That's right. You can have four-legged meat in there if you fancy. It's mostly for guests who aren't to be expected to follow the rules, but we get so few visitors that's more of a little clubhouse for us. I see. You're welcome to pop in sometime, as long as there's room. It isn't a den of sin or anything. Like, it's just a touch more relaxed. Most of the girls play chess and complain about the superior." She let out a hearty laugh and leaned over to flick my arm. I smiled back. I didn't want to get into an argument with Sister Charity of all people, especially when this was the first time we had really spent any time together. I would like to stop in, to be sure. Only half the nuns can be in there at any given time, so let me or Marta know ahead of time if you do want to hang about. It's not a problem usually, but I do hate having to kick anyone out. Of course, where does the other half usually spend their leisure time in the evenings? Well, we've all got our own occupations, haven't we? Darcy's got her little projects. Margaret likes to go on wanders. Besides, it's not like the Misericorde is the only place we are allowed to relax. It's just the only place we can relax and have a spot of land to boot. What do you like to do? Well, Sister Marta and I will often sit in the cloister with some wine and gossip the evening away. There's a few wooden chairs down there. It's lovely on summer nights. That sounds restorative. Not half. When the moon's high, you hardly need a torch to see. The stars are lovely to watch. I'll have to try that sometime as well. You would be more than welcome to join us, I'm sure, although I would worry we would bore you to death with our old lady chatter. I'm not much of a conversationalist myself, as I'm sure you've noticed. You're better at it than Sister Angela, and that's all that really matters. I, well, it's all right, girl. Spit it out. She's rather mean-spirited, isn't she? Charity started laughing heartily. Goodness gracious, that's the kindest thing anyone said about her in recent memory. Oh, well, Sister Angela is a creep and a busybody. If she's been bullying you, come to me. I'll sort her out for you. Well, we haven't had any run-ins that dramatic, I promise you. Well, regardless, the offer is on the table. She was a right terror to Adele when she first showed up. Flora as well, for that matter, though Flora might have brought that on herself just a little. I snorted laughing into my sage water. Just a little. Thank you, Sister Charity. I will keep that in mind. There was a knock on the door. Charity held up a hand to stop me from getting up myself, and stood to open it herself. Sister Angela was standing on the threshold, looking particularly icy. Speak of the devil. Hello, Sister Charity. My ears were burning. How long were you standing there listening, you gangly creep? Not long. Your voice just happens to carry, and it would have been rude of me to interrupt. So sorry, Angela. Don't you dare apologize, Hedwig. I've seen the way Angela treats you, and I know the way she treats all kinds. You have nothing to be sorry for. The firmest I've been with Sister Hedwig is watching her for running in the halls. Is she, for some reason, exempt from the rules? Don't give me that. You've been staring daggers at her ever since luncheon yesterday. You are imagining things. I wouldn't be the only one. Have you found Kathy Ryan's cat yet? Well, I'm off. It was pleasant chatting with you. I'm off to see Darcy. I have some questions about Nectar for her. Angela sneered as Charity pushed past her into the hallway, but held off from saying anything in return. She didn't speak to me either. Instead, she simply dumped a pile of fresh clothes onto the dormitory floor and then turned to leave. To thank you, she did not respond. I carried the embarrassment of that encounter around with me for the rest of the afternoon. In the hour or two I had free before supper, I wandered the halls and exchanged pleasantries with anyone who passed me by, but I was preoccupied. Supper tasted like ash. Why did I feel so wretched, given that Charity had been completely correct? Angela had treated me horribly in my brief time within her reach. There was no denying it. From the way everybody else spoke of her, it sounded like I was not the sole target of her ire, either. I deserved it. The suffering and jealousy intent on inflicting upon me felt like appropriate punishment for all of my little sins. In fact, if that had been all I had to endure, I might say that I'd gotten off lightly. An anchorite or anchoress does not break their vow. It just never happens. As I spooned my meal into my mouth, I thought about these words. Ego, I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning ague that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of the heart. I was positively awash in sorrow. I was terrified beyond reckoning, and I was racked with a mysterious illness, one that did not seem to be life-threatening, but enhanced my sorrows and fears thrice over. I was being punished. For the next few days, I completed my task in silence and wandered the halls in a daze.